Let me tell a tale of a world where heroes walk among us, fighting through the darkness left by monsters and by selfish men. A tale of glory rent asunder, sacrifice and battles lost. Our heroes know not what awaits them, and still they carry on. Alrighty, well, hello everybody, and welcome to the fantabulous 15th and final episode of Waterdeep Dragon Heist. As always, my name is Pixel, and we are Ages of Einor, and we are super excited to be wrapping this thing up tonight. So, as usual, we're going to get into our kind of typical housekeeping stuff before we get started. First things first, as always, for folks in the chat, try to remember when we move on to like map screens and things like that in the stream, you are seeing my DM perspective. So you may see things on the screen that the players don't know about and aren't aware of, so try not to spoil anything. So, you know, monsters in the next room, things like that. Try not to give those away. The cast may be in chat during the stream, trying to interact with you guys from time to time. Secondly, always, please remember that D&D is a complex game with a whole lot of rules, where we are also trying to improvise a story together in real time as a group. So sometimes we may take some liberties with the rules, we may change things in the adventure. Actually, I know at the ending of this, I've changed a lot in the adventure. We may forget specific rules, things like that. So if you happen to know a ruling that we're struggling with, you can let us know in chat, but also be aware that if the moment passes, we're probably not going to go back and fix it. We'll just try to get it right in the future. And then thirdly, as always, we want to keep this space as open and welcoming a place as we can, to such an extent that that's possible on the internet. So we do try to keep that internet toxicity down to a minimum, so we don't really put up with people being abusive or hateful in chat, whether that's to other viewers or players on stream, regarding anything from character choices, knowledge of the game rules, their identities of any kind, or anything else. So it has never been a problem here, but like I said, we always put that kind of disclaimer up front because we want you to know what those expectations are. And then, yeah, so this is the last session of Waterdeep Dragon Heist. We do have some other things that we're planning in the works, some possible other campaigns, some one-shots, some things like that. We probably will have a couple weeks after this where we don't really have any streams while we're getting the next things put together, but we should be back, as soon as we can with some more stuff for you guys, and we'll kind of take things from there. We also would encourage anybody who's interested to join our Discord. If you hit !Discord in chat, you should be able to get that link, and we are hoping to kind of foster a community of folks who can do like additional kind of D&D stuff, whether that's, running one-shots or other games and things. Possibly not necessarily on stream, but, that is kind of the original point of the whole Ages of Einor thing, and this streaming and things like that is a bit of an ambassador for what we do. So, and then I want to say, again, I've said this before, but thanks to everybody who's been a part of this, whether you've been in chat or whether you are, cast member, everybody who's done anything with this. It's some of the most fun I've had playing D&D probably ever. And so thank you for everybody who's been a part of it. And those of you, even if you're just like listening on the podcast, anything like that. So yeah. Also a reminder, of course, though, as well, that we do release the show on YouTube and as a podcast after each episode during the following week. And so the last, episodes of this should go up next week. Also, from here forward, I haven't fully decided yet, but it's likely that I won't be releasing podcast versions of a lot of the streams that we do, just because it is so much of a time drain on what I have to do during a week, that I think I'll just do the Waterdeep Dragon Heist, and then if there's other ongoing campaigns in the future, I'll think about it, but, it's just a kind of a time drain and takes a lot. So yeah, and then as usual, last thing before we get started, we're gonna go around and cast. If you would please introduce yourselves and your characters one last time before we get started.
Hi everybody, I'm Jacob. I play Cassius Anweir, better known as just Cass, the party's changeling bard. and de facto healer. I don't got anything to plug. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys enjoy the finale.
Alrighty. And Redbeard.
What's on?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Redbeard the Pink. Or at least that's who I play on the internet most of the time. This evening, I will be playing Redbeard the Gray, the human rogue, as I have been for a while now on this particular channel. I am currently enjoying a Waffle House cheesesteak hash brown bowl that well, it's not really a Waffle House cheesesteak hash brown bowl because I cooked this myself and I streamed it on my TikTok, as I do from time to time. I like to stream cooking, games, things like that on Facebook, TikTok, wherever I can kind of find a niche. And I'm just real excited for this evening's game.
Excellent. And Trish.
Hi, I'm Trish. I play Mel, a male 11-year-old approximate changeling who has no idea of how he got to be that or whence he came. He just has memories that only extend for about a year in the past, and I'm looking forward to tonight's episode too. I hope Mel survives.
Alrighty, and Skull.
Hey guys, I play Arlo, the Dark Elf Warlock. Other than that, I mean, I have nothing to plug. Just going to college and trying to do my best. Thank you.
Yeah, and Haley.
Hi, I'm Haley Comet. I play Beatrice, the really sweet and innocent beekeeper, and also like raging sociopath or psychopath when it comes to killing people with the bees. I have a TikTok that I occasionally post on, and a kitten who apparently likes food a lot, and most of my videos are probably going to be about the kitten for a while. Well, but anyway, I am really looking forward to this game, and it's nice to have everybody here.
Nice, excellent. And I am Pixel. I stream games over on Facebook at facebook.com/hammerandpixel, where I predominantly stream. Currently, I've been streaming a lot of Minecraft with the update that's come out. We usually do Minecraft on Mondays, and then we'll do story games the rest of the week. I may go back to that here either next week or the week after that. We'll see. And haven't fully decided what the next thing I'm going to do is. It might be Outer Worlds. It might be Mass Effect. I don't really know. We'll figure something out. And yeah, so you can catch me there. I normally on my stream kind of talk about like the themes and philosophy and stuff like that in the games that I play. I have an English background, and that's kind of how I use it. And then I am the one of the current DMs here at Ages of Einor, although we are expanding that role as well. And so you will see me on most of our streams doing those kinds of things. So thanks everybody for tuning in. And without further ado, we are going to get started with the very last episode of Waterdeep Dragon Heist. So tonight is the last night. The night before the end. The end of what, exactly, remains to be seen. Lives will end tomorrow, certainly. Whose lives will end is not yet clear. Forces are moving within Waterdeep. A small group of misfits is in way over their heads. They have stumbled into a clash between powers, any one of which could utterly destroy them. In Blackstaff Tower, in the pre-dawn twilight, dozens of adventurers prepare themselves for battle. A nervous energy is strung tight between every body in the courtyard. Some are silent, sitting quietly by themselves, checking their gear, sharpening their blades, studying the spells in their books. Others laugh a little too boisterously. If you listen carefully, you can hear the tension they're holding just in their voices. It's another performance. But for whom? Still others bristle and bicker, blades on their person as numerous as a bird's plumage as they strut and preen, taking offense at imagined slights and puffing themselves up for their companions to pretend to hold back. Another performance. Another question. For whom? One half-elven man sits with his back leaned against a column, staring at the fountain in the center of the courtyard. His eyes make it clear that even though he is staring directly at the softly burbling waters, he doesn't really see them. He sits with one knee bent and one leg straight out. His right arm is leaned up against his bent knee. His right hand is resting just below his eye line, and he is snapping his fingers every few seconds. As he does, a small flame flickers to life just above his fingers, and then winks out when he snaps again. Flame. Darkness. Flame. Darkness. He knows, as does everyone else in the courtyard, that tonight is the last night for some of them. He wonders, as does everyone else in the courtyard, as last nights go, is this one his? Flame. Darkness. Flame. Darkness. A woman stands in a window, her dark hand gripping a black wooden staff. Her face is inscrutable as she stares down into the courtyard below, from her place in the tower above. As the sun peeks over the horizon, a bell begins to toll over the city. The half-elven man wonders, as does everyone in the courtyard, one last question. For whom? These scenes play out across the city. Far to the south, in a tower behind its magical wards, the black-armored Zentarim ask, for whom? To the north, in a noble's villa, a man and a woman gird themselves in their finery and ask, for whom? And finally, to the east, in a small tavern, long out of business and in the middle of renovations, the tolling bell can be heard in the turret of the tower on the northwest corner of the building, where there stands a human-sized, ornately carved wooden puppet in a wide-brimmed hat with a feather in it and a tattered red cloak wrapped around them. They stare to the south at a place by the corner of the house still lit by a lamp in the pre-dawn. Scorch marks still visible on the nearby buildings even now. For whom? Directly below is another nearly identical creature, quietly tinkering with fine tools on some little mechanical object. For whom? And as we begin the day, the bell tolling over the city in the distance. Mel, would you please describe your character? What are you doing? Are you sleeping? Have you been awake?
Mel had trouble sleeping last night. He was troubled. He knows that something big is happening and that they have an artifact, and now they have to talk to a dragon? Mel's a little bit confused. He's just a boy. He's not sure how old he is, but the weird thing about it is he just kind of came into being. Oh gosh, now I guess it's about a year and a half ago, on a boat, in a river, in a room full of people grabbing at him and saying strange things, hands grabbing at him as he frantically tried to get away. And he kind of remembers that as he comes to awakeness in the room and instantly knows that he's not alone. He's not alone in the room. Oh, but that's right. Over there in the turret, just across the room, there's that creature. Gray brought him there and some of the others. And he works with tools and he makes things. And there's another one up in the top. And he doesn't know what it means. I've got to get up, Mel says. I've got to find Cass. He's got to explain to me again, what is it we're going to do today? And what about the dragon? Mel gets up and wanders out of his room.
As Mel opens the door and wanders south down the hallway, towards the stairs, and Mel, you're actually up here.
Oh,
we kind of pass the hallway where it curves off and goes to the stairs, and we go through the next room. Arlo. What is Arlo doing?
Oh, okay. I would say Arlo right now is in the library. He's just looking up what kind of dragons there could be, what could we face. Nervously kind of using the lucky coin and like kind of like moving it through my fingers just like rapidly as he's just flipping through the pages with his left hand, reading what could we face and what's gonna happen.
Yeah. So Arlo is in the library, using whatever books are there to try to research and see if there's any information he can glean about what they might face. Flipping his lucky coin back and forth across his hands. Cass. As we go back down the stairs towards Cass, what do we see?
Leaned out on the balcony of Trollskull Manor, looking towards the streets of Waterdeep, is Cass. He is currently in a human form. And in one hand, he has a stiff drink, and in the other, he has a cigar. And he's just looking out over the city, and in his head, you can see the wheels turning. How did it get this far? We were never supposed to be in this deep. How did it all get out of hand so quickly? And he flicks the cigar out into the street, finishes his drink, and leaves the glass on the balcony, and walks inside to get his stuff ready for the day.
Across the city, once again, in the C ward, is a rather fine apartment. In a kitchen, there is a man with shoulder-length red hair, in tights, shirtless, cooking an omelet.
Oh, I may see that.
Beatrice, what is Beatrice doing as Rainier is cooking breakfast this morning?
She would have probably like got up and got dressed and stuff, and went looking for him. And when she found him in the kitchen, she just kind of like leaned like on like the threshold of the door, just kind of watching her for a bit. Like you can see she's got kind of a lot on her mind with what they're about to attempt. It's gonna be really perilous, so she's kind of just enjoying this like a moment of calm before the perceived storm.
Yeah, you can see that even here in his home, he has his sword belt sort of slung low over his hips, with the rapier at his side, even as he's cooking, prepared for anything. And he eventually sort of takes the plates, or takes the omelet and cuts it into two and sets it on plates, and the two of you sit down to prepare for the day ahead. And then elsewhere, far to the south, in the dock ward, in the smellier, dirtier, more rowdy and raucous part of the city, there is a quiet that has fallen over one of the rooms in the awning portal. Redbeard, as you wake up this morning, what do you do?
Redbeard wakes up early. He's gotten more or less a full night's rest, but he wakes up early and kind of sits up in bed. Is Penitent still there?
Yes.
He sits up in bed, perhaps even before the sun has fully started coming up, and just kind of gathers his thoughts for a minute. And then he snakes back under the covers and kind of like gives her one of those snuggles that's like, it's real sweet and it's cute, but it's intended to wake a person up, if you know what I'm saying. Like he kind of like nestles in, but like gives her like is not very like stealthy about it, kind of like almost maybe gives her a little shake.
Okay.
Kisses awake.
And as she starts to stir, he says, "Hey."
What?
Listen to me. Listen to me for a second.
Yeah, okay. What's up?
I know that last night I asked if your friends could help us, and I realize that you may not be able to convince them to. Last night may have been my last night alive. And I just want you to know that it was a night well spent.
Well, we don't get into this line of work for the retirement plan.
Indeed. And then he'll just like, after that, he'll kind of like, you know, like spend some time there, but like kind of start getting up and getting his shit together. You know, he'll see her off as politely and as romantically as he can, but he's really like trying to get in the zone for what he has to do today.
Yeah, as you're sort of getting up and getting ready, she sort of like stretches and yawns, swings her feet onto the floor, and as she's getting ready, is sort of humming, "There it is again, that funny feeling, that funny feeling."
He appreciates the music, but he says nothing. He's very quiet for the rest of the morning.
Yeah, and I think he leaves the room before she does. And so the plan, as I understand it, was for everyone to meet at Blackstaff Tower. Now, does anyone have...
Oh, geez, I just got chat inspiration.
Anything...
No. Okay, never mind.
Does anyone have any scenes they need to do with anyone else before the rendezvous at Blackstaff Tower?
I think Mel was coming to talk to Kaz.
Yeah.
I don't know if that.
Yeah, she was just going to ask for an explanation and just what do we do today? You know, what's the plan? Cass, I'll stick with you.
Yeah.
Who are you going to look like today, Cass? Who should I look like?
I mean, this could be it. I'd say look like whoever you want to look like. I'll know it's you.
What are you going to look like?
I'll look like me. Like I always do. And Cass just takes his just his basic. Like he keeps the same body shape and the same spiky hair, but his skin drops into a normal, like a humanoid palette, and his hair darkens out and his eyes get some color. And today's gonna be a rough day, Mel. We're well, Redbeard and them are talking about avenging Bill, but to be honest, Mel, I don't care about avenging Bill.
Cass, what do you care about, Dan?
There's a lot of money in that vault, and we've been trying for a very long time to collect enough money to pay someone to find out where the people I came from are. And I think this is the only ticket I've got for that.
You think there's more of us?
I know there's more of us.
Okay, then
a lot of us.
I want that too, but I don't think I want to look like me today, and I don't think I want to look like her. And Mel starts to turn around like he used to change, but he's like, wait, I really don't have to do that, do I? And Mel just concentrates a minute and turns into, gosh, it almost looks like Bill but not quite, because he's wearing Mel's clothes, but just a little bit like Bill. I think I'm gonna look like this today, Cass.
Cass smiles and says, "You know what? Just something to give that old charlatan one last go." And Cass takes the form of Ozymandias Buckshank, classic and original. And,
That's-
OG.
Yeah.
listen, Mel,
Yeah.
if anything happens to me in there, I want you to remember, revenge is a fool's game. Take care of yourself. You matter more than any of this. And he straps on his belt with his sword, and he heads into the hall.
And Mel follows him.
Okay. Anything else anyone needs to do before we get into Blackstaff Tower?
Thanks.
If Redbeard has time, and he might not, but like before I go to meet up with the Blackstaff, I'm gonna try to find like the dirtiest yet most trustworthy tinkerer I can find on short notice in the city, like somebody that's known for making gadgets for Force Grey, probably. And I'm gonna show him the powder and the shots and the gun, and I'm gonna say, basically, he like kind of like as he slides the gun across the counter is like, I would like to have to reload as little as possible. Do you have any more of these? He knows these pistols are single shot, and so what his goal is to go in there like with as many loaded pistols as he can carry.
Yeah, I think in fiction, I actually don't think that anyone else is going to have any of these things. Basically, the Drow gunslingers who had this thing get them from a single specific island, and they're very cagey with letting anyone else know where it is or how these things work. So I actually think that the one you've got is pretty much the only one that anyone would have access to, unfortunately.
Okay. Then I will tuck my shit back into my coat, and I will go to meet the Blackstaff.
Okay. So you all make your way to Blackstaff Tower one last time. As you enter, you find yourself in that familiar courtyard with the fountain, which is bristling with adventurers today of all varieties. You see arcane spellcasters, you see bruisers, you see rogues and thieves and archers. Every flavor of adventurer is to be found here today, and you sort of wind your way through the hubbub to make your way to the stairway, which you traverse and go up to the top of Blackstaff Tower, where you are ushered into the room with Vazra Safar, the Blackstaff of Waterdeep. As you enter, you see her staring out the window with her staff in hand.
Are we ready?
She turns and looks at all of you and says, all right, well, I suppose we're as ready as we'll ever be then,
Let's get this done.
I just have one request.
Very well.
I know that I'm small potatoes compared to some of the other folks in this organization. I would like to be fairly close to Manshoon when the end is near.
She says, well, if this trap goes off the way we expect, who will be near Manshoon is those of us here and one gold dragon, so I dare say you'll have a chance to take any shots you might want.
That's all I ask.
Well, I
Rainier
suppose we
with us?
should. I don't know, is he?
I would have brought him with.
Okay, then yeah, he's with you.
He's willing to go, right?
Yeah. He said he wanted to, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, yeah, he's with you. And the Blackstaff nods to Rainier, and he nods back.
I probably would have briefed Penitence about like when and where her people need to be. So I don't think that she's with us, but like if she's gonna, if they're gonna show up at all, they know where to be.
Gotcha. Yeah, and so you all begin to make your way to out of Blackstaff Tower. Part of this plan is the idea is for you all to be seen traveling together to this location where the tower is housing the entrance to the Vault of Dragons, which is in the Sea Ward.
Real quick.
Yes.
Arlo has chat inspiration and Mel has chat inspiration.
Yeah, I did see those. I assumed you guys saw them as well.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that those players knew that was a thing.
Yeah. So you guys make your way up Sword Street, just out of Blackstaff Tower, past the spires of the morning on Calamastir Lane, around the Field of Triumph, up into the Sea Ward. You take a right and head to the northeast across Dobbs Loss, all the way up to the Street of the Singing Dolphin, the widest street in the Sea Ward, where you go up just a couple of blocks to the corner of the Street of the Singing Dolphin and Shark Street. And you approach this kind of dilapidated tower indicated to you by the stone. You see that the small plot of land surrounding this broken, weather-worn tower is unkempt. Tall, brown grass and unhealthy-looking weeds choke their way up to the base of the tower. Where they reach the weathered stones, a sickly, creeping ivy takes their place. The autumn wind coming off the ocean is cool, and the tower is some 60 feet tall, but its roof and a large portion of the western wall of the tower have crumbled in. Scorch marks mar the remaining stone where the tower has been broken. The damage is clearly years old. An old cobbled path lines its way towards the door. Shorter weeds poke out between the stones and indicate that it's been some time since this path has been in regular use. The wooden door at the base of the tower stands closed. What do you do?
Well, this is ominous as fuck.
Yep.
Let's get going.
No one's gonna judge you if you run away now, Cass.
I'm not going anywhere.
Good. That's what I expected to hear.
Cass starts walking towards the entrance.
Yeah, you walk towards the entrance, and things fail to ambush, attack, or trap you on the way. It is a calm and quiet walk through the bristling grass up towards the wooden door, which stands at the bottom of this tower.
Mel follows Cass.
Yeah, we're all do.
I think we all stay pretty close.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So all of you in the Blackstaff head your way up towards the tower. As you approach it, you see the Blackstaff sort of wave her staff across, and she says, well, there are no magical traps.
Redbeard checks to see if the door is locked, the first door they encounter.
Yes, the door is locked.
I will attempt to foil the lock with my thief skills.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a Thieves' Tools check with Dexterity. Also, if you don't currently have DM Inspiration, take DM Inspiration. Okay. That is a 10. Yeah, it's not a great lock. It's just like an old kind of rusty lock, and it takes you a minute, but you are eventually able to pop it open. 10 was actually the DC that you needed on this.
And Beatrice also has chat inspiration.
Okay.
And DM inspo.
Yes. So you open the door, and you can see the inside of the broken tower. It's about 25 feet across. The wooden floorboards are slightly warped and faded from the weather and the sun. You can see dust swirling in the air inside. It smells musty and damp. Along the western wall, you can see a sizable portion of the floor and wall are covered by the cave-in from above. You can see a rotted, dilapidated wooden staircase leading upwards on the east side of the room, and the second floor sags in above your head down towards the western wall, where it has been broken in completely.
Is there any light there?
There is light kind of coming in through the broken roof. Like the hole goes up. It starts probably about 40 feet up the 60-foot tower, and the entire western side of the last 20 feet of the tower and the roof are caved in fully down to the floor, basically. And so yeah, you can easily just see the sky outside.
I would like to do an investigation to just scan the room for traps to see if I think it's safe to cross.
Yeah, okay, make an investigation check.
I have a 16.
16. You do not see any traps.
Mel whispers to Cass, is there enough light? Should I cast light? Or is this enough?
Right now it's enough, but when we get further down, I feel that things are going to get a bit darker. But who knows?
Okay.
I don't
Mel
know if dragons can see in the dark. I assume they can.
I bet they can.
Just to clarify, that we were in we're expecting to go down, not up. Based on the intel we have.
Yeah, probably. I mean, they usually don't put a vault up in the sky. It will be very visible out of the top of this tower. So yeah, it would be a solid assumption.
As they're having that conversation, Gray is going to start scanning the room for a way down.
Okay.
Okay, and Mel, who wasn't quite finished, reaches in his pocket and pulls out and looks at these ball bearings, and he picks out one particular one because it's the one that has bite marks on it. He says, this one. I'll use this one. And he just holds on to it. Okay.
Okay, and where in the room would you like to look, Red? For the way down. How exactly, is it just scanning the room to see what you can see? What's your...
If there is a stairwell going up, the first place I would probably check is underneath the lowermost stairwell to see if there's a trap door under that.
Yeah, okay.
And if I don't find anything, then I'll just start scanning the rest of the room.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
I have 14. A 14.
Yeah, so with a 14, it is not too tough to find. You do see buried in dust and debris underneath of the other staircase is a trapdoor leading downward.
Does it does it appear to be locked in any way, with a padlock or anything?
No.
Okay. I will kind of wait for the rest of the party to catch up to what I'm doing.
All right.
That's what I do. I walk over to the trapdoor with Gray.
Ready whenever you are.
Okay. Everybody
Gray opens the door and slips down.
Okay. So you open the door and slip down, and you find yourself in a narrow earthen tunnel about 5 feet wide. It's pretty close overhead, not very tall. You can see that it winds its way east and starts to dip downward as well below the street. You can see that there's not any traps or anything. You head that way for just a few minutes, sort of shuffling through and winding through this tunnel before the tunnel widens out into a larger cavern.
Was there light there?
No, there's no light down here.
Mel holds out his hand and casts light just by rubbing his fingers over the ball bearing, and it begins to glow. And cast light.
So you cast light on the ball bearing and hold that up, and so those of you without dark vision are able to see. As you make your way directly ahead of you in this cavern, as it widens out, you see a massive door made of finely worked metal. On the door is a relief of a golden dragon, identical to the one on every gold coin from Waterdeep you currently carry in your pouches.
Cass listens for a moment, just kind of focusing his senses behind him, to see if he can get the sense that there's anyone
Yeah.
following them through this cave.
Make a perception check.
That's a 15.
Give me just a second here. You no, you do not hear anything coming behind you.
Cass nods to himself and gestures to Red. You've got the rock. Yeah.
Redbeard takes the stone in his hand and strolls right up to the door.
Okay. Yeah, you stroll right up to the door, as do the rest of you. The black staff is sort of kind of carrying her staff now in a bit of a defensive position and kind of watching the way behind you. And you walk up to the door, and you can see very clearly, along about chest height on a person, an indentation in the doorway that seems like it would be fit by the Stone of Galore.
I am going to, wherever it looks like the stone goes, that's where I'm going to put it.
Okay. Yeah, so you put the stone into the door, and the metal kind of begins to creak and move. You can tell this has not been opened in a very long time. There's this sort of loud, like, screeching noise as this ancient mechanism begins to sort of rend its way open. You can see sort of some dust shaking down from the ceiling as this wide doorway begins to open.
With one hand, Mel begins to swoop his cape back, and you can see that he has conjured his mage armor.
Okay.
And is wearing it, and this time the black spider is back on it.
Okay. And you can see, as it opens, as Mel, you stand there in the light, you can see ahead of you this massive chamber. You're not sure how far down you came. It was quite a ways. And you see this huge vaulted chamber with columns. And you can see this spread out in front of you is this long hallway, and piled between the columns and the outer wall, taller than a person, is just mounds and mounds of gold and jewels and treasure.
And they call it a mine. A mine!
What do you do?
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
Mel's mouth drops open.
Cass immediately starts walking towards the gold. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out like a sack.
Okay. Yeah, so as you take a step in, some things happen very quickly.
Redbeard steps across the threshold.
As you guys step across the threshold, some things happen very quickly. You hear a sharp intake of breath from the black staff behind you. Some of you turn and look, and you see now rushing down the hallway are several individuals, Manshoon clear among them, and several, it seems, lieutenants. The black staff turns and looks at you, looks back at them, and she whirls her staff in an arc above her head and slams it down into the ground just behind the door as a massive ward erupts in front of her. And she turns to you and she says, "I can't hold this for long. Go! You know what we have to do here. Go!" What do you do?
I nod vigorously and I head into the tomb.
Mel rushes into the room.
So to go find the dragon guarding the stuff.
Yeah, so you guys rush into the room, and so you're in. You can only see a little ways with this light that you brought with you, but you can see piled up all along. This room is probably like 140 feet long, and it's about maybe 25 or 30 feet wide between the columns, and then there's about 10 or 15 feet between the columns and the outer walls, and they're just all piled up. You can see spots where gold and jewels have sort of leaked out into the main, thoroughfare. What do you do?
As Arlo's following the group, Arlo's also picking up some of the gold and the the jewels off the ground.
So Arlo, you go to pick up some of the gold and jewels off the ground. And you go to grab some, and your hand goes through the gold. Like it's not even there. And then all of a sudden, you feel this blast as you take 18 force damage from this magical trap of illusory gold, which lights up with this arcing power and slams Arlo back into one of the columns. And Arlo, as your vision like blurs and splits for a second, and you sort of come back to yourself, the rest of you can see that there is a rune drawn on Arlo's head in a glowing red arcane power.
Kaz takes a beat and just like stops. He's got the bag in his hand still, his rapier in the other hand. And then he looks back at the ward that the black staff is holding, and he looks forward and he Orinax.
What languages do you guys speak?
Kaz speaks Common, Dwarvish, and Elvish.
Okay.
Dwarvish Infernal.
Okay.
It looks like I only speak Common and Thieves' Cant.
Okay.
I don't think did I pick languages? Oh, geez.
I don't know.
I know Common. Elvish.
Beatrice knows Draconic.
Hey!
Okay, well, Beatrice, you recognize this rune. It says thief in Draconic. And it is just sort of like floating out about 2 inches in front of Arlo's forehead.
We saw more like tunnel past the room that we're in.
Well, now that you have determined, now that it's clear that the gold is illusory, if you sort of squint and look carefully, you can see literally through all of the gold. None of it is real. And you can see at the other end of the hallway is another doorway. As you kind of like look through the illusory gold. Yes.
Redbeard says, touch nothing else, you fools, and quickly approaches the new doorway.
Where's my language?
You got something on your face there, buddy. And he kind of like tries to wipe it off Arlo's head, like he like, and just
yeah. You try to wipe it off, but it just makes your finger tingle as it passes through.
It's like a static.
Oh no!
Then cat starts to follow red.
Okay.
I really thought it was real.
Oh, that says
Mel
thief.
tries to. Oh, excuse me.
It says thief. Well,
It says thief.
I really can't disagree with it.
Yeah, it's not wrong.
So you rush and begin to make your way, and the rest of you pass through and as you pass through the illusory gold, it seems that because your intent is not to grab and take any of it and put it in your pockets, it does not blast you with arcane energy and label you a thief. So you pass carefully, you pass easily through and make your way to the other door.
I will check to see if it's locked.
It actually, I say door, I mean more of a doorway. There's not actually a door in the door. It's just like an open hallway.
I do not pause at all. I am just going right on through.
Yeah, so you all begin to like rush through this door. You hear for the first few steps dimly in the background the sounds of sort of spells being lobbed at this ward behind you, but eventually those sounds fade as you make your way through another kind of meandering earthen tunnel. You come out eventually into another larger room. It spreads out and you can see there are 3 bridges. However, the bridges to the left and right of you, which lead to their own platforms on the other side of this chasm that you come into, they are clearly broken down with about 40 or 50 feet of empty air in between one side and the other. The only passable bridge is the main bridge forward. And so, given that there's not really another way to go, you carry on down the main bridge into the other side of the cavern behind it. And after a little bit more time in this sort of, these now it's more like worked stone tunnel. It eventually widens out into another large door. This one you can see is it's smaller and sort of similar to the main door that you came across out front, except down the relief of the dragon looks a little different, and it's holding in front of it a bowl. And it looks like the door sort of bisects the dragon and the bowl.
We left the stone behind in the other door. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Redbeard walks up to the door and kind of looks it over for a minute, and he takes out one of his daggers and cuts his forearm and just starts bleeding into the bowl.
Okay. Yeah, you bleed into the bowl, and the blood vanishes in the bottom of the bowl, but the door does not open.
Huh.
And you take 1 point of slashing damage.
Okay.
Cass walks up and like sighs, and then reaches into his coin purse and drops a gold piece into the bowl.
The gold piece clatters to the bottom of the bowl and does not vanish.
He starts pouring gold until it's full.
You pour as much gold as will fit into the bowl, and it clatters to the bottom of the bowl and does not vanish, but the door does not open.
He starts scooping the gold back into his
He scoops the gold back into his pouch.
I thought it was worth a shot. I mean, it's a big money thing.
I mean, that was
And
a fair attempt. Ah.
And I
Maybe
do an
it's money
investigation.
and blood. Here, I'll pour the money back in, and Red, you can do the cut thing again.
I would like to make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Based on the fact that the blood vanished and the gold did not. I would like to see if I can figure out anything else about how I think this opens with an 18.
I mean, it seems like it might be designed to accept blood, but something about Redbeard's blood was not quite right.
My blood will not open this door.
Hold on a sec. This is Lord Neverember's vault.
Hey.
We got the prime. We got a good old slice of prime Neverember beef here, ready to get bled into the bowl. Rainier's with us, right?
Yeah,
Rainier,
Rainier's
I
with
hate
you.
to
He says,
Rainier, I hate to impose, friend. Time is of the essence, and I cannot think of a better solution than what Cass has alluded to here.
yeah, so Rainier says, certainly, if this will get us in there, and he sort of does the same thing, takes out his forearm and a dagger, draws it across and bleeds into the bowl, and as his blood hits the bowl, you see this sort of like golden tinkling energy sort of begins to shine in the blood as it vanishes into the bowl, and after a moment, that same energy sort of forms this like split of light down the middle of the door, like this, and it sort of crackles its way up with this kind of golden light flecked with red, and then the door begins to open.
You think other bodily fluids would have worked? I
I
don't mean like gross ones. I just mean like
Which
Sweat.
ones are gross?
sweat or spit or piss.
Most likely.
Rainier says, I mean, honestly, blood seems the easiest.
You could have just sweat into the bowl, like just like jog. real
Redbeard
quick.
ignores this conversation and presses forward.
Yeah,
It's
so
like a
you
lap.
press forward again, and you see a room that is almost identical to the one that you came in. You see up above you, actually, you can see there. So the room has these large columns up either side, and up above, close to the back wall, you see this like bridge overhead that passes into two empty, sort of. I want to say doorways, but there's no doors. There's like archways on either side to the east and west, and then directly ahead of you, you can see more gold piled out as it was before, and standing in the middle, there is a dwarf with sort of golden hair. In one hand is a long staff, and the staff, it looks almost like a bit like a caduceus. Kind of. It has this sort of like spiral thing where two materials wrap around each other, one gold and one red metal, and then at the top, rather than like the wings of a caduceus, it appears to be two dragons facing one another, but their wings outward, one red and one gold.
Were we given the dragon's name?
Yeah,
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, Orlax.
Orlax.
No,
all right.
it's
Or Oranax.
That's
Oranax.
it. That's the one.
Oranax. Okay. So Redbeard is going to march right up to the dwarf, and he is going to say, "I seek the one named Oranax."
There wasn't supposed to be anyone else in the vault. Right? Like, it
Yeah, the
just said
dwarf.
the dragon was here.
The dwarf says, "Why do you seek him?
Does what?
Why do you seek him?"
Does he say it in common? Is this conversation?
Yes, he says it in common.
Yeah, I spoke in common, so I'm assuming
He
he's
responds in
responding in
common,
common.
Okay.
I seek Oranax because there is someone here who wishes to steal the treasure he's guarding. And I'm not talking about the gold. My idiot friend here tried to take some of the gold because he's greedy, but I'm talking about something much more vital, something much more precious than the gold. And I seek Oranax's aid in defending this treasure.
He says, "As you can see, most of what we have here is gold. And you have brought a thief with you." And he sort of waves his staff. Arlo, you feel this rune on your head sort of take effect, and this sort of confusion takes over your mind, and you are sort of just like stunned and confused. And that feeling persists, and Oranax then says, "What treasure is it you think that we hold here?"
What treasure is it we think he holds here?
500,000 gold pieces.
Yeah, all we know is there's gold here.
He looks at each one of you in turn. He looks at Beatrice and says, "Why have you come?"
To get your help killing that wizard who's coming to steal your gold. We can't do it on our own.
And he looks at Cass and says, "Why have you come here?"
Cass thinks for a second. No, this is some kind of test. I want your money. I want a small amount of your money. I don't want all of it. I can't carry that much. To find my home.
To find your home? You have lost your home? How curious.
More like my home lost me, but semantics.
How does a home lose someone?
When a home's on the move. I mean,
And you never
yeah,
found
yeah.
another. You seek
Yeah, I
to
feel like I got-
return to the one that abandoned you.
I feel like I got pretty close. And he looked over at Mel.
And then the dragon looks at Mel and says, "Why have you come?"
Mel stands tall, and Mel speaks in Dwarvish and says, "I seek answers. And if you are the gold dragon, but you're a dwarf too, then you and I can do some of the same things." And Mel transforms into a dwarf in front of him. And Mel says, "I'm seeking to understand what I don't understand. And these people are helping me. And I want to help them because there's a terrible creature back there that wants to hurt us. And we don't want to be hurt. And yes, some of us would like to have some of your treasure. But I understand that it is your treasure. And Mel transforms back into the vaguely reminiscent form of Bill.
Very curious. Very curious indeed. He looks over at Red and says, truly, why have you come?
I have many goals, but today I came here to this room with you to protect my city and to avenge the death of my friend.
Mel nods.
The man who killed him is upstairs, and he would attack this place. And I'm not sure you can take him alone, but with our help, you might be able to.
And he looks over at Rainier and says, and why have you come? And Rainier says, well, I was asked. And, I suppose there's a part of me that wants to understand how all of this came to be.
Hashtag
My-
follow the skirt.
Do what?
Hashtag follow the skirt.
He says, my father embezzled this gold from the city. It was meant to improve the lives of the people here. And he took it and hid it away. And so I mean to understand how it is that a gold dragon such as yourself would be party to such an injustice. And the gold dragon looks at him and squints his eyes. And then he sort of leans, or so when he says that, Arnax transforms from the dwarf into an adult gold dragon, towering 20 feet tall, wingspan 40 feet wide. And
Mel gasps.
he leans down in close. His head is bigger than several of any. And it's like
Any of
if
us, yeah.
the whole party wrapped up like a bundle of sticks, might be about the size of this guy's head. And he says,
Probably about the size of one of his teeth.
he says, "Little Rainier, is that you?" And Rainier just sort of defiantly looks up at him, and he takes a claw and slowly reaches out and touches it to Rainier's forehead. And you can see Rainier's eyes sort of like glow with a golden light for a second, as and when he pulls the claw away, Rainier shakes his head, and he says, "Clearly the stone took your memories. You will remember now." And he sort of says, I've been here before. He says, "Yes, when I met you, you were about his age." And he points over at Mel. And he says, he sighs and says, "Deep down, I always knew where the gold came from. I suppose I allowed my greed to blind my moral judgment. But no longer." And as he says "no longer," he sort of like spreads his wings, and the whole room is now well lit. You see these arcane sort of sigils all along the wall, kind of light up. And as he does, he says, "Some of you are thieves and liars. But I believe some of your hearts are in the right place. I suppose I will help you do what we must." As he says this, you hear a clamor in the back of the chamber. all of a sudden, several shapes burst out onto the bridge back above you. You can see, coming in from the left, Davil Starsong and 4 other adventurers being driven onto the bridge high above. Following them out onto this wide stone bridge is Manshun himself and several other adventurers. You can see Davil and his friends losing ground, looking wounded. Before you can react, your eyes are drawn to the other end of the bridge, where you see the Blackstaff, Vajra Safar, being driven onto the bridge as well by Manshun himself. The two of them are locked in magical combat, slinging spells at one another. Gouts of flame meet spouts of water. Gusts of wind find their target, braced by a wall of stone at their back. Spell and counterspell and shields and beams of bright light tear back and forth across the high back wall of the vault. As you prepare yourself to act, your attention is drawn once more downward to the door you entered through. As a horde of undead come bounding into the room, at the head of the pack, you see 2 familiar faces. One staring at you with emotionless but intelligent eyes from a dead face still covered in dried blood. His hair is pulled back on his head and held in place with a wooden stake. You recognize what is left of his face that you can see through the dried blood, and next to him, you recognize the other face, too. Well, what's left of it. The right side of his face is fully burned away down to bone. His right arm is missing at the elbow, and in its place is a spectral, skeletal hand of burning green flame. And his eyes are on fire with the same burning green fire, and they are scrunched up in his half-blown-off face in uncontrollable, dead rage. The undead horde advances as Aranax takes flight behind you. Roll initiative. And
Bit of an improvement, honestly, if I'm going to be honest.
Oh.
Okay, so here we go.
Tokens before we roll initiative.
Yeah, so there, I've taken you to the token map. And let me grab everybody that I need to grab here.
I'm sorry, Victor. Can we take a little break? I have to use the restroom.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we can take a quick break, I guess.
I have to use the restroom.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so just to explain, we'll catch him up when he gets here, but just to explain to everybody, the way that this combat is going to work, I'm not going to run the combat for all the high-level shit that's happening, to be honest. That would get incredibly unwieldy and be a huge pain in the ass. There may be opportunities for those fights to intersect in certain ways that will become apparent as time goes on, but to begin with, I'm not going to be trying to run 19 other people in combat. That's just crazy. So,
Connection is unstable.
uh-oh.
Huh?
Is everybody okay?
Yep.
I can.
Am I a real boy still?
We froze for a
Everything's fine
second.
for
I
us.
think we're good
Okay.
now.
All right. He's looked worse, Bill says. Funny. Okay, so you have all of these adventurers and thugs and whatnot. So yeah, the people up front, up at the top in that battle, I'm honestly not going to worry about their spells and abilities and shit. I have that kind of planned out. It's fine. We're going to mostly be concerned with you guys and the undead down here. So. Oh, not what I want.
I just looked at the chat and saw Wag You Never Ever.
Yes, Wag You Never Ever. Very funny. Okay, so. Actually, I hate to do this. I am going to go ahead and pop. If everyone's got. Is everyone in initiative here? Did we get
I think so.
everybody? I've got.
No.
I've got that.
Everyone
I've got Mel,
except
Redbeard, Beatrice,
Arlo
Cass.
isn't.
I don't have Arlo.
He didn't
Okay.
roll his
Well,
stuff.
that's fine. I'm just gonna. Oh, also I need to put Arnax. Okay, I need to make him a dragon boy, and I need to make him a big dragon boy,
Big Dragon Boy.
and he needs to be kaboom. That he is. Okay. Alrighty. I am actually going to go ahead before this combat starts because this one could be a long one. I'm going to pop us over and we are going to go ahead and take a quick break here. Let's say we're going to be back at 8:20. Yeah, we'll do 8:20, and we will be back, folks,
That's the deal.
for this exciting and climactic battle of the end of this finale of Waterdeep Dragon Heist. So I'm going to pop us over, and we will see you guys in just a minute.
How to deal with what?
Okay.
Oh,
Alrighty, folks. So we are back. Thank you guys for hanging out, sticking it out with us. Just so everybody can see here, we have the Vault of Dragons. You have gold and jewels. You can also see there are spells and spell book looking things and scrolls and even some weapons strewn out amongst all this mess. There is a horde of undead down here to the south, and there is a massive battle that will be happening on this bridge. Now, for those of folks in chat, I am not going to be running all of this other crap in combat because that would just be an absolute nightmare. The players would be waiting 30 minutes between their turns, and it would not be fun for any of us. So all of that stuff that happens, we're going to deal with in kind of an abstracted way, but the folks who are, we're mainly going to focus the fight on what happens with the zombies and the people. So, can everybody see? All right, so I am going to mostly zoom in on that. I guess I need to roll. No, I don't. He goes when he goes. That's right. Okay. All right, so up first in initiative, we have Arlo. Now, Arlo, at the beginning of your turn, so Arlo, just to also let people know here in chat, Arlo, as a result of the Thief rune, is under the confusion effect of a spell when this combat begins. So, Arlo, what I need you to do is roll me a D10 at the beginning of your turn. A 1. Okay. Let's see. 3. 1, 2, 3. Arlo, you are confused. You don't know what's going on. And you decide to use all of your movement to move as far to the east as you can go.
I was about to say, can I use my chat inspiration on this?
No, you cannot use chat inspiration on that D10 roll. That's for attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. So, do you get a saving throw? At the end of your turn, you can make a wisdom saving throw. We're going to have that be against Aranax's spell save DC, which is 21.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, so...
So I
you
move
make
all
a
the way.
DC 21 wisdom saving throw.
Do I move all the way east?
You move as far east as you can go, yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20.
Yeah, so
all
you don't have to
60,
go
all
off the
60.
map. Like, that's the wall over there, so you can just go to the end of the wall, and that's,
okay.
that's fine. Okay, and you don't take any actions. You are just, like, confused, and you just charge off in that random direction.
Yeah, that was just used for water.
And go ahead and make that saving throw. You can use your inspiration on the saving throw should you need to do so.
It's a wisdom.
Mm-hmm. DC 21. Oh my god! Okay, so you manage Arlo, somehow mentally more resilient than we thought he would be, manages to shake off the effects of this confusion as the rune on his head fizzles. And Aranax, seeing what's happening, says, sorry about that. And that, however, takes us to the beginning of this character's turn. So let's see. He is going to move. What is his base movement? I gotta check real quick. Sorry. I think it might be 40 feet. 35 feet. Okay. He's gonna move 35 feet up and sort of brace himself for combat for whatever that means. And that is gonna bring us to Mel.
Hey, out of character, I have a question. Who's that character with the red hair down front? Is that Rainier?
That is Rainier, yes.
And he's in front. Okay,
He
looks like a
happens to
woman
be in front,
me.
yeah.
Okay, all righty. You, as soon as they burst through the door and Mel saw what she saw, she said, "Oh my God, Bill." And then she shakes a little bit and she, fast as she can, just reaches into her pocket for more ball bearings and she tosses a magic missile at when she sees she's just going to cast it at the guy in front. Okay, the zombie or whatever in the very front. That's who she's going to cast her fiery ball bearings at.
Okay, let her rip.
And that's the one. I hit it 3 times.
Yep.
Is it working?
Just not the left reads.
Yeah.
Damn.
Okay.
All right, so that is 12 damage thunking into this zombie in front. Next up is Undead Bill, who is going to, in a rage, rush up to the party. Let me look at his abilities. I know he's got this charger thing.
To no one's surprise,
He still has
Bill
rage.
rages.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Oh.
Bill has already been raging, and he rushes in. Okay, and he's going to use charger. Who's the closest person he can get to? Okay, he's going to charge at Rainier and use his bonus action to attack with his charger feat. He's going to make a melee attack with the Man Masher. So he pulls out his massive hammer that you've seen him use so many times, and he is going to shriek in this undead rage. And he rolls a 10 versus Rainier. I don't think that's going to hit Rainier.
It's probably not.
No, Rainier is a 17 AC. So, also, I probably need to roll initiative for Rainier, don't I? He actually is in this too.
I mean, that would be good for Rainier, yeah.
Okay, he rolled a 6, so we'll just drag him up to last initiative. Yeah, so Bill swings, and his swing goes wide, and you can see as Bill is running, his movement is very choppy and jerky, and it's almost like he waits to the last second, and then he swings, and it's like the swing comes through with full power as he runs in and rushes to do that. That brings us to Redbeard.
All right. So, how close is the dragon to the ground at this point?
The dragon is like just taking off the ground, so I don't know, 10 feet up, maybe.
Okay. Redbeard is going to use his movement to get as close to the dragon as possible,
Okay.
and then if he can, he is gonna either just grab onto one of its claws, or he's gonna use the 50 feet of hempen rope he has on his burglar's pack to try to lasso one of its feetsies.
Okay.
And he's going to say to the dragon, "Get me up to the bridge."
Okay. Tell me, I guess, if you want to use the rope or just jump for it. Which you're gonna have to pick. Which do you want to do?
Based on my character's knowledge of his own abilities, which one seems more likely to succeed?
Do you have a 10-foot vertical?
Yeah. Let's see.
I feel like my dex is going to be higher than my athletics. So if it's a toss versus a jump, I'm going to go for the toss.
Let's see. Okay. Jumping, high jump. If you move at least 10 feet before you jump, you can jump a number of feet equal to 3 plus your strength mod. So probably can't reach 10 feet. No.
Okay, yeah. In that case, I'm gonna run out there, whip out that rope.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess
there.
make a dexterity check to see if you can do this. We'll say you're up against the creature's AC, so you got to beat a 19 on this.
All right. You're gonna roll. It's a dexterity. I'm gonna use my DM inspiration on this roll.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay, so
Wow.
you swing the lasso and you just miss it. He is just flying up a little bit too high, and he seems to be more preoccupied with what he's got going on, and heading toward. He seems to be about to head towards the bridge as he sees this major spell work kind of being slammed around, and so your lasso falls just short. And I am going to say that does take your action to tie the knot and sling it. Do you have any other bonus actions or anything else you would like to do?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to use my bonus action to make a beeline for the bridge with a rogue dash action.
Okay. So let's see. That's going to be 30. Well, your movement is 30, and then 60. Okay. Okay, and you race away, leaving your friends to face a horde of undead. And Cass, you're up.
Yeah, I didn't really expect him to help us out anyways. And Cass yells,
Fuck you, asshole.
Cass yells out to Arlo as like, it's just a flesh wound, you're fine. Get Cass healing word at a 2nd level.
Okay.
Because he's fucked up from that force damage. Healing him for 11. And then says,
let's take a look. What's this distance on healing word? Is 60? Is it 30 feet or 60 feet?
I'm pretty sure healing word it's 60 feet. Okay, so then Cass is just going to like.
So I mean, you have to at least move over there and then do it. And
Yeah,
then
that's fine. Cass planned on moving over in this direction, anyways.
Okay.
So Cass is going to move right here, and then healing word Arlo, and then say, "If there's one thing I knew Bill could never handle, it was this." And Cass uses his action to turn into Bill. Cognitive dissonance.
That is amazing. Okay, we will handle the outcome of that when Bill's turn rolls around again. Okay, and that brings us to Beatrice.
Okay. I don't have like a specific idea. I think I'd probably Beatrice would probably want to get Bill free of his undead self, and the only way that she would know how to do that would be to shoot. Also, he's kind of attacking her boyfriend. So,
yeah. Okay.
There's that.
All right. Well, let her rip.
Well, let me change who's doing things. And I'll go ahead and use Hunter's Mark as well.
Okay. All right. So you are going to Hunter's Mark Bill. Let's see, what do we have? I think there's a target one, yeah? Yes, target. So you are going to Hunter's Mark Bill. And you are going to attack with your short bow, I presume?
A longbow, but yes.
Longbow. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Okay, 25 hits.
And swarm and bees.
Okay.
And also, I gotta click the thing.
Okay, so that is 19 damage, which is halved to 9 from his rage. Okay, so yeah, you launch your attack and your bees at Undead Bill, who looks around in his rage. Okay, and any movement?
No.
Okay. Okay, and next is the horde of zombies. So let's see. We are going to start with some of them move to intercept Redbeard. Let's see. They kind of fan out. Let's see. Some of them move up to Rainier. This one can get to Cass. Let's see. This one can get into melee. The rest of these can't really get into melee, so they're going to dash. So they start racing across. Whoops. This one dashes and makes it over to where Arlo is. This one dashes and heads that direction. This one dashes just kind of straight forward. This one dashes. Oh, this one can dash and get over to where Beatrice is. Okay, this one can do the same. And so these guys just sort of race up here. We get one in line with Mel. And we probably, yeah, so we've got a horde of these things. Now, let's see, this one and that with 5 of these guys are actually in place to get an attack. So the 2 next to Redbeard are going to attack. Where's my stat block here?
All right.
Okay,
I should
so
do my AC,
he's
please.
got. I've got a 16 to hit.
That
I wanna
hits.
do this. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I've got a 16 to hit for 7 bludgeoning damage.
Got it.
And I've got a 13 to hit.
That does not hit.
I've got 2 coming at Rainier. I've got a 20 and a 6. The 20 hits. That is going to be 2 bludgeoning damage. Good lord. Did that thing roll max damage? Yes. Oh, damn. Okay, so Rainier takes 2 bludgeoning damage. And then, let's see. He's got 1 more coming at him, and then Cass has 1. So 1 more. That's a 6. That doesn't hit. And Cass, you have a crit coming at you. That's a 23.
Can Cass? Can Cass use his reaction? Can cutting words cancel that crit out, or is that still gonna?
I think if it hits at all, it'll still be a. I don't know. Let me. Okay. Dear
You got
Internet.
a 23 total,
Okay.
right?
Yes, you got a
so
23.
there's no way that
Okay.
Cass can keep it from hitting him. I just wanted to know if I could cancel out the crit.
Yeah, let's find out. Okay. Cutting words can't nullify a critical hit. No bonus
All
or
right.
penalty can.
Let's
Other
do
than
it.
I think the grave care. Okay. So that is 11 points of damage on Cass.
Oh my fucking.
Okay. And that is all the zombies. Arlo, you're up.
I guess still like getting out of the confusion, slapping myself.
Yeah.
I'm gonna flip the coin,
Yeah.
and you're just gonna hear a large roar as yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and use. Okay. So when I flip the coin, I have to do the 1d12.
Yes, you do the 1d12, and I think we said add your con mod to that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, so you'll
Yes.
do 1d12 plus your con mod temporary hit points. So that is 4 plus your con mod is 1, so 5 temporary hit points.
Mhm.
And you now have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage, and you have
Wasn't Rainier
you
supposed to act at the
and
end of
your
the order?
strength goes up to 18,
Mm.
and yeah, there you are. And what's the
My-
question now?
Wasn't
rapier-
Rainier supposed to act at the end of the order?
Oh,
'cause
you're
he had
right.
the lowest
Yep,
initiative?
he did. Okay, we'll just have him go after Arlo, and then we'll pick up from there. Thank you for catching that.
Sorry. Is my rapier from strength?
The weapon you want to use right now is going to be
It's the
that
Great Club.
Is that Great Club? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
going to be
okay.
your best damage dealer, I think.
And I'm gonna go ahead and attack that zombie in front of me.
I believe a 15 hits. Zombies are not hard to hit. They have a very low AC of 8, so it's going to be hard to miss these things.
For 11 damage.
Or, yeah,
11
11
damage,
points
yeah.
of damage. Nice. So you slam your great club into this zombie, and you fully knock off like one of its arms, which just sloughs to the ground in this puddle of black ooze and rotted blood. It is quite gross. Any movement from Arlo?
I won't be able to disengage because if I move, then
Yeah, I
Gets
mean,
an opportunity
you would
attack.
take at least 1 attack of opportunity if you...
I go this way.
Well, if you go that way, you'll take 2. If you came down around...
If I
You
go
know,
this way,
If you went like south and then over, you could get, well, you could only get to about there. No, you could get here, there. You could get to about there. But that's up to you. You'd take at least 1 attack of opportunity, but that's up to you if you care about that.
no, I think I'll stay right there.
Okay, so Rainier is going to go next. Rainier gets... Oh, come on, do the thing. Rainier gets 3 attacks, 1 with a dagger and 2 with his rapier. Good lord.
Yes.
So Rainier goes into his fighting frenzy. He is going to focus his attacks on this zombie that somebody hit. Who hit this zombie over here?
I hit one. The
You
one
did,
that
yeah.
was
That's
in
the one you hit.
front.
Okay, so he's going to focus his first attacks on that zombie that was wounded by Mel's magic missile. So we're going to start with a rapier attack, an 18 for 11 piercing damage. Okay, so this zombie needs to make a Constitution saving throw. 5 plus the damage taken, so that is 16. He's got to beat. It's a 9. He does not make the save. So he, with his first blow, dispatches the first zombie. And then he probably is going to go. He's a good tactician. He's been trained. He knows to fight the weaker ones first. So he is going to use his other rapier attack on the other zombie. That is a 15 for 12 piercing damage. And then he's going to go for that dagger as his bonus action with his offhand. That is a 13, except it only does 3 points of damage. So he has landed all 3 of his attacks on these zombies. However, Bill is still threatening him from the front. We already did Arlo's turn. Next up is this guy. Where can he get to? 30 feet. Oof. Yeah, I think Cass is the only one that he can really get to right now. Okay, so... Whew.
He doesn't have an undead vendetta against Gray for having stabbed him.
I mean, that's a good point, but I don't...
When did I say... Wait, who did I stab?
This is the guy you cut his throat after he
killed
broke his
him.
guy. Okay, so he's gonna do an unarmed strike against Cass. That is... that's a 22 to hit.
All right. Cass uses his reaction, cutting words.
Okay.
There's a 1 in 6 chance that Cass can keep this from hitting him. Here we go. Nope.
Oof. Okay, so Cass, you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
God.
And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. DC 14.
That's an 11.
Okay. So Cass, as he strikes your arm, he arranges his, he makes this strange maneuver, and you can feel the blood in your arm sort of seize up, and one of your arms starts to move of its own volition and draw your rapier. He makes one more unarmed strike. Nope, that's not what I want. That's what I want. That is a 15 to hit.
Doesn't hit.
Okay. Alrighty, so that is him. Mel, you're up next.
Okay, Mel seeing this zombie rush up to him without even thinking about it.
Hang on. I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm terribly sorry. I forgot to do something very important. Okay, so we'll pick up with Mel here in just a second.
I was going to say, what are the dragons and the other bridge people doing?
So you are all locked in combat with this undead horde, but Oranax flies up and begins to engage in combat here on the bridge. He's rendering aid to those adventurers, and it begins to turn the tide. He swoops across the bridge with aiming his fire breath carefully. Several of these thugs are just outright incinerated as many of the other adventurers on the bridge jump out of the way. Several spells are slung towards Aranax by both Manshoons and several of the other adventurers, but he shrugs them off with his draconic resilience as he unleashes with his breath and claws and tail against the attackers. Even when he misses his targets, just his overwhelming presence on the battlefield gives Davil and the Blackstaff a chance to kind of catch their breath and reset themselves and take the offensive, turning the tide of the battle. After his pass against the bridge, however, he begins to kind of swoop back around. What the fuck is my thing doing? He swoops back around for another pass, and you hear this distant pounding boom over the din of battle and the rush of blood in your ears. A moment later, and another boom! Nearly every corner of every eye turns to glance at the north end of the vault, where dust and small stones have been shaken loose from the ceiling, and then one final boom! And a crash, and shattered stone flies down from above, just as Aranax swoops below, and a massive creature falls from the empty hole above and lands directly on Aranax's back, driving him down into the pile of treasure. You can see this great beast covered in reddish hair with two long curved horns extending from its great golden extending from its head with two great golden bands with glowing runes affixed to them. It emits an unearthly bellow of violence from its piggish face and squints its glowing red eyes in fury as it slams its clawed hands at the end of its ape-like arms and its cloven hooves into Aranax's back. It has golden armbands on its biceps with glowing red runes. It rides Aranax down into the pile of gold and broken stone from the ceiling above with a massive crash. And following after, in the hole above, which you can now see has been beaten into the stone street of Waterdeep itself, float down two humanoid individuals. Half-elves. You see a man with dark black hair and a thin mustache and goatee, dressed in a fine dark doublet and hose. He floats delicately in, holding the hand of a woman with dark brown hair in a beautiful golden gown. They alight on one of the pillars, making their placement on two of the outcropped sort of gargoyle-ish dragon heads that mark the ornate pillar. The two of them survey the stunned combatants for a moment, and then nod at one another as they begin casting spells of their own into the battle on the bridge once again, as now the Blackstaff and Davelin friends are returned to the defensive.
Who wants to bet those were your shitty parents?
Actually,
I bet it's those C-word people, the categories or whatever.
So actually, Redbeard, you would recognize their description as Lady and Lord Castellanter.
Oh, I see.
Okay, and so that has happened, and we resume with Mel. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, even in the midst of all that excitement, Mel has just had a zombie just rush right up into his space. And so without even thinking, he just whips his hand and his buzzer appears that he can use in melee. And he reaches out and grabs that zombie where he can reach. I don't know how tall the zombie is.
The zombie is a normal-sized person, and Mel is a whatever size you've decided Mel is for this.
He's a medium humanoid.
He's a medium. So Mel's going to try to grab him in the neck and do shocking grasp.
Okay. 21 hits, yeah.
21 hits, and he does.
If he's wearing any metal armor, that's actually a crit.
I don't believe... No, they are actually not wearing any armor at all.
Okay.
They are more or less just like civilians in tattered clothes. That's why their AC is only an 8.
That's fair.
So
yeah.
Do I get 7 or I just do 1?
You just do 1.
Okay.
However, the zombie cannot take reactions if you would like to move at all.
Okay, and there's that thing we're supposed to be doing about Tides of Chaos.
That does not go off on cantrips.
Okay.
Only first level spells are higher.
And so what it was, I was concerned about that, but what did you tell me before that?
So shocking grasp means that you can move and not take attacks of opportunity because it makes your opponent not able to take reactions, I believe.
Correct.
Yeah, so you can stay there if you want. I'm just letting you know you have the option to move and not.
I think that as he does that and does that damage and sees what's on Cass and also sees Bill, I feel like he did the shocking grasp, Mel did, but his eyes are on Bill and he's going to rush forward to that open space beside Mel.
Okay.
Cass.
Okay. Okay. Anything else from Mel?
That's it.
Okay. Bill is going to turn and look at Mel. And you can see he drops the hammer and balls up his fists, his eyes squinted in rage, and he pulls back as if he's going to strike Mel. And you can see pour out of his eye a green and flaming tear. And he pulls back his skeletal hand and goes to punch at Mel. And his other hand sort of like grabs it at the last second. And it seems that he's struggling within himself. However, his skeletal hand throws off his regular hand, and he does make one single unarmed strike with disadvantage against Mel. Oof, that is a 20 to hit.
That hits. And Mel
For
sobs.
11
Bill.
bludgeoning damage as
I'll
this
always be there to
skeletal
look out for you, kid.
as this skeletal hand hits Mel. And you can see it's like he's holding himself back, but at the last minute, whatever power is controlling him overtakes it, and the fist lashes out with his full strength. And you can see now pouring out of his eyes are green flaming tears. Redbeard, you're up.
All right, so Redbeard is like charging towards the bridge, and these two undead dudes approach him. He realizes that he can't really get to where he's going without engaging them. So he like flies towards them and gives an enraged scream. And just as they all close on each other, he takes a 5-foot step to here and uses his bonus action to hide.
Okay.
And I'm attempting to gain a stealth advantage on at least one of them.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Make a.
So I guess I need a stealth check. Is that right?
Make a stealth check.
We got a 14.
Okay. Yeah, the two of them, they have negative wisdom modifiers. They both got a 7. So you whiz past, and then they sort of stupidly stare and begin to look around as if they don't know where you are.
Yeah, and we'll pick one that's the furthest to the east there. And okay. I'm going to draw my rapier and just have at with a 24.
24 hits.
And this is going to be rapier plus sneak attack because of the hide.
Other thing.
So he takes 14 points of damage.
Okay, nice.
So
yeah, you...
I'm sorry, 15.
Yeah, so you carve out a good chunk of the torso of this thing. It is still kicking, but you land a major blow on this creature.
And I'm also gonna move Pepper because Pepper didn't move last round. Yeah. Okay. Somebody moved him for me.
Yeah,
okay,
I got you. So Pepper was back up there. Just nearby. Move it where you want.
Yeah, he's just gonna dash to get like right up next to me, basically.
Okay. So 65 feet gets it there. Okay. Anything else from Cass? Or sorry, anything else from Redbeard?
Nope. That'll do.
Cass.
All right. So does the dude's blood magic have any effect on me right now?
Yes. So Cass, the way that ability works is that you can either make any attacks you make this round with disadvantage, or you can attack yourself or one creature that is an ally of his. I'm going to say if you choose to cast a spell that requires a saving throw, the targets will have advantage on the saving throw.
All right.
Because he's basically trying to make you attack yourself or an ally. So,
yeah. All right. Well, Cass, first things first, bonus action healing words himself because he is at less than half health.
Yikes.
Yeah. Oh man, if only there were more people to fight all these guys. So he's just gonna first level healing ward himself for 6.
They basically wasted gold on Yarga, not even to show up.
And then this is something that he has to make a save against every turn.
No, it is just this next turn.
Okay.
It is a 1-turn thing.
Yeah. All right, then he's going to. I'm going to use my Chatspiration to cancel this out because I Chatspiration from last turn. Session. And he's going to try and stab. This zombie here is fucked up, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Yeah, he's going to go for the one that's hurt.
Okay.
It's a 16 to hit.
16 hit. I mean, it's actually only a 10, but 10 still hits because.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But yeah, these things have an AC of 8, so 10 still hits. Okay, yeah, let her rip.
Haha, that's 11 piercing damage.
Okay, so it needs to make a Constitution saving throw for 16. It makes a 22. Okay, so you slam your rapier deep into the torso of this creature. You're sure that if this was any living creature, you would have killed it, and it sort of slumps for a second, but then whatever fell magic is animating it sort of takes it back over, and its head snaps back up to look at you.
Oh, if only there was someone here who could do a ton of damage! He yells towards the bridge, especially near our rogue. And then end of turn.
Okay, so that's the end of Cass's turn. Beatrice, you're up. Beatrice, you are muted.
I got 2 zombies, and
Indeed.
that's not good. Beatrice promptly drops her bow because that's not going to work.
Yep.
And
You can stow it instead of dropping it. It's a free action. I wouldn't say that you drop it.
okay, I'll stow it then and pull out my stabbies.
Okay.
And I guess I'll go for the one directly in front of me.
Okay.
With
25 hits.
and
Okay, so that is
That-
8.
and these.
5 more. Nice. Okay. So yeah, you lash out with
Can I
your
also roll
sword.
short sword, the offhand.
Yes, you can make the offhand attack as well. 6 unfortunately does not hit. You can use inspiration if you have it and choose to use it.
I would actually.
Okay, 11 does hit
All right, and then we'll do whap.
for 5 damage. Nice. Yeah, so you lay into this creature, both of your swords connecting and your bees swarming over it. And you deal quite a bit of damage. It is still kicking a little bit, but it is having a rough time.
I also ready a next action to defend against the other either of them, a parry.
I don't think you have any. So there are abilities, like the monk has one where you can spend key points to take the dodge action, which is basically readying your defense. I don't think you have any class abilities that would allow you to do that. So unfortunately, I mean, narratively you can brace yourself, but it's not going to mechanically sort of change anything.
Rip.
Okay, so that brings us to Zombie Land. So the first 2 are coming at Redbeard now that he has revealed himself again. I have a 12 and a 6.
Nope.
I've got 2 coming at Beatrice. I've got a 12 and a 4. I've got 1 coming at Mel. I've got a 16
Hits.
for 5 bludgeoning damage. I've got 1, 2, 3 coming at Cass.
Oh, God. I went to the wrong place.
I've got a 15, a 13, and a 10.
Those all miss.
Okay. And this guy is going to race over. He can't quite get into melee with Arlo, but he can. He's going to dash. So he gets over here into melee with Arlo, but does not have an attack this round. The other 2 come over and attack Arlo. So that's 2 coming at Arlo. I've got a 20 and a 4. I assume the 20 hits. You're muted.
Yeah, the 20
But
does
that
hit.
is going to be 4 points of bludgeoning damage. With your rage, that is going to be dropped down to 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, wait. I'm going to take it away from my temporary hit point.
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
good. Okay, and then that brings us to Rainier. Rainier is going to go after that zombie that just hit Mel. First rapier attack is, it's only a 9, but it does do 8 damage, and so the zombie needs to make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw. It makes a 22. So, Cass, you've stabbed it through. You pull it back and it's still kicking. Rainier stabs it through. It's still kicking. He's going to go for it again. That is exactly an 8, which hits for 12 damage, which means this con save is a 17. And it makes an 18. It's still going. This thing does not want to die, friends. And so he is gonna go for the dagger as well. 15 for 8, making another 13 con save. for 22. This thing will not die. 3 attacks from Rainier smash into the body of this zombie, and every single time that leering, hideous face curls back up and goes on the attack. At the second round, after the shock of being blown out of the air, Aranax begins fighting the creature that attacked him. It raises into the air and begins to slam it into the walls and columns. Kaboom! Kaboom!
Ignore that last one, sorry.
That's fine. And he winds his long neck back around to bite at it and make other attempts to dislodge it. After a few moments, he flies and makes a front flip in midair, slinging the creature up against this wall, or against this column at the bottom of the bridge. Aranax lands on the ground after the flip with a draconic bellow of triumph, and rears back into his full height, approaching the creature, preparing to attack with this massive strike. If any of those are you looking, you see him prepare this massive strike against the stunned creature. But the strike never comes. Aranax's eyes widen ever so slightly in fear. And those of you nearby look over and you can see the half-elven woman perched on the column has released a powerful spell. Her hand is pointing dramatically at Aranax as he freezes in place, and the half-elven woman grins a devilish grin, and the creature that Aranax had been fighting begins to roll over and try to get back onto its feet. Arlo, you're up.
Eldritch Blast. That bitch.
He's got 3 zombies on him. He's not going to Eldritch Blast.
I wouldn't be able to pick up a zombie and throw it at another one, right?
I mean, you can make a grapple check contested by the zombie's athletics, and you could grapple the zombie. In terms of using it as an improvised weapon, sure, you could. I'd let you make an attack roll with it because you have the crazy strength. You'd have disadvantage, and it probably wouldn't be much more effective than just hitting one of them with. I mean, it's a cool idea. I just think mechanically there's not really anything much in 5th edition that supports.
Yeah.
I mean, what I might say, it's a long shot. If you were to make that attack roll and crit, and you'd have disadvantage, so it's crazy long odds, I'd let you maybe do some crazy amount of damage.
I also have an advantage on grappling, right? Because I have advantage on the strength.
Yeah, so it's not the grapple that's the problem, it's the swinging him into another creature that's not a, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you just want to grapple
in 5th edition, there's not a great way to beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, yeah, I would just give it really long odds. I mean, this is a full-on autonomous creature you're trying to pick up and sling into another creature. It's going to fight you, right? So you're going to have disadvantage on that, and it's not going to be much more effective than just punching it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's just going to cancel each other out. I'm just going to have that one straight.
Just that Arlo, you're raging, is that right?
Yes.
Just hit things, man. Just hit as many things as you can for as much damage as you can. You got 3 guys on you.
Yeah.
You want to hit and you want to deal a lot of
damage.
damage.
I mean, you could also disengage and try and get back over to your friends and help, but or you just gotta wade through the shit in front of you. Those are basically your 2 tactically probably your best options. So.
Oh yeah, but if I were to disengage and come this way to 60,
you don't be able to get 30.
I won't.
Yeah. So when you disengage, you don't take attacks of opportunity. So the farthest that you could get would be here if you were to go that route.
30. Yeah, but then I'll lose my rage.
No, you would get hit by something. I promise you that someone would come try to hit you in between here and there. But again, up to you. I think honestly, tactically, your best bet's probably just to start hitting motherfuckers
things
with a club.
It's clobbering time, Arlo.
It's clobbering time.
You raged. You got to hit stuff.
All right. It's going to be the same zombie that I hit. I think it was this one.
Yep. Let her rip.
9.
9 actually hits. A zombie 7 AC of 8.
11.
Or 11 damage. Okay, so that drops it to 0, but it needs to make that famous con save.
plus 2 for rage.
Right, so 13. So it's got to make an 18 con save. It rolls a 9. This one, unlike its friend, magically is much less resilient. Excuse you. I need to put a thing on you, and I can't do that if the thing is off the map. Okay, so yeah, this one, you splat this zombie's head with your great club, and it falls down dead in front of you. Anything else from Arlo?
No, I don't. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
It's the only rational move.
Actually, I don't think it is. I think he comes back around. No, he
comes to Arlo.
He flanks you guys and comes around behind Mel, and he's actually going to go for Rainier. He doesn't ever break your threat range, Cass, so there's no attack of opportunity, but I think he views Rainier as the most effective combatant here and is going to go for him.
Hey!
I mean, are you going to sit here and tell me that I'm wrong?
This dude's got 3
Okay,
attacks.
so first thing, I need to
Why
check
are you
his
fooling
recharge.
me? I'm right.
Okay, and then he makes 4 unarmed strikes.
Lord.
That's 8, 7, 24, and a crit. So the last 2 hit.
Ooh.
He does 12 bludgeoning to Rainier as he does like a spin kick and hits him in the back of the head. And then the crit, he does 15 bludgeoning damage with his elbow as he comes down. So he lands 2 very solid hits on Rainier as he wades into battle. And that brings us to Mel. Mel, what would you like to do?
Okay, Mel would like a little bit of help. Well,
Okay.
actually, Trish would like the help. Okay,
Yes.
so I know that I have Quicken Spell.
Yes.
That I can use 2 sorcery points to change the casting time to 1 bonus action.
Okay.
And I also know I have Twin Spell. I can
Mhm.
cast a spell that targets only 1 creature. I can spend a number of sorcery points once and hit 2 creatures.
Okay.
Oh damn.
Okay.
She is gonna sorcery
So,
the shit
I
out of whatever
wanna
it is she's about to
use-
hit.
The 2 sorcery points to cast a spell as a bonus action.
Okay.
Okay. Now my question is, which spell can I cast? What I think that I want to do is I want to start with the guy that's the most damaged, the guy who would not die.
Okay.
And I want to cast magic missile at
Okay.
him, and that's a level 1 spell.
Mm-hmm.
So I spend 2 sorcery points, and that turns into a bonus action, right?
Okay. Yes.
And I can do that. Okay.
Correct.
So ball bearings come flying at the guy. Well, I mean, do I have to say I'm going to hit him with all 3 of them, even if one of them, even if the first one would kill him?
I'm gonna say yes because you cast the spell a single time and all of the
Okay.
things karma. So I'm saying you have to call your targets.
So
when
you
cast
have
the spell.
you do not
Right.
have to hit him with all 3 ball bearings, but you have to call the targets of all 3
Correct.
ball bearings on this first cast.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at him. Just how bad does he look?
So here's the thing that you would be apparent to you now is that zombies have this undead fortitude ability where things that would otherwise kill them sometimes just don't. If they're able to withstand it. So it's like he's at 1 HP, but every time he gets hit, he makes a, mechanically speaking, and your character would sort of understand this in universe, but he makes a con save of 5 plus the damage that he took. And if he passes that save, he stays at 1 HP and doesn't die, unless he takes a critical hit, in which case he can't save and he just dies. So,
that is such
but
a tough
each one of your
decision.
separate things is a separate con save. Each dart is its own con save, right? So,
Okay, I'm gonna fling them all at him.
Okay.
So I'm hitting him with magic missile as a bonus action.
okay. So let's see. That's all right. So I've got 9, 8, and 10. So the first save is an 18. Second save is a 20. Third save is a 5. Oh, okay. So finally, lobbing these magic missiles, goom, 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 and I think at this point it's like Mel is just charging them up in his hands and slamming them into the zombie. The first two, it shrugs off, and it does the same thing. It's every time it gets hit, it sort of like goes limp for a second and starts to fall, and then the magic that animates it takes it back over, and its head snaps back. The last time, it snaps its head back, but Mel is prepared, and he shoves his last ball bearing right into the forehead of this creature, which causes it to explode in black gunk and rotted brain material all out over the thing behind.
Okay. Now then, I want to. That was a bonus action. So now I want to meta magic use my twin spell.
Okay.
And I want to use. I have 2 sorcery points left.
Mm-hmm.
So I could do a cantrip takes 1, and a first level spell takes 1, right?
You already cast a first level spell, so you can only cast.
You can only cast a cantrip.
Okay. So what I'm going to do?
I think they're trying to. Are you trying to twin cast the magic missile?
No, she couldn't twin cast the magic missile.
No, okay. But what I want to know if I can do is
At this point, Mel,
Bill has all these. Okay, wait. Let me tell you what it is that I'm aiming for. Bill's got all these like bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. He only takes half damage, but lightning and cold, he takes regular damage, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, can I do one of those? Can I do Ray of Frost and do Bill and the guy that beside the guy that just died all at the same time, or Shocking Grasp? But
let me ask you a question, Mel. When you're talking about Bill, what is your goal in attacking Bill? What are you trying to accomplish?
Well, from what Mel has seen in the past, if you go to the guys that are the worst damaged, sometimes it affects the other things.
Okay. And
knowing that Bill is, he knows. Bill just hit him.
Mel, make an insight check for me.
Okay. I want to hit 2 things. They don't have to be Bill. Insight. Oh, yeah, I have it.
Mel, you see Bill standing there, crying these flaming tears, trying not to hit you.
Okay, I probably didn't try to hit him.
Mel, he's in there somewhere.
Oh, God damn. Oh, don't make me cry.
He's in there. If you can just... Mel, if you can just get through to him, maybe... I don't know, maybe he's stronger than this. You know, Bill, he's pretty strong. Maybe he's stronger than that black magic motherfucker.
Mel hesitates. And he's going to do his action now. And he turns into Mel, the 40-year-old woman with the dark hair. And he reaches in his pocket because he put it away, and he pulls out the ball bearing with the bites on it. And he says, "Bill, it's me." And she holds it out toward him. And she's hoping that reaches him.
Yeah. And next up is Bill's turn, and you can see Bill, he's standing there. You know, he doesn't have to breathe anymore, but the body remembers, and he's huffing and puffing through these wheezing, half-burned, crackled, undead lungs. And you can see these flaming tears rolling down his face. And he pulls back his skeletal fist, and he's trying not to punch, and you see his other arm reaches over and grabs the flaming skeletal arm attached to his arm and starts to pull. and he pulls, and he rips that fucking skeletal green flame arm off of himself. He steps through Rainier. He turns it around so the finger bones are pointed, and he shoves them directly into the face of this fucking monk that he already beat to death once. And then he throws it to the side, and it vanishes in a puff. And he takes his other hand, and he reaches over, and he closes Mel's hand around... He closes Mel's hand around the ball bearing. And he turns, and he faces the zombie behind him. Redbeard, you're up.
Okay. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make an offhand dagger attack against the zombie that I've already damaged.
Okay. Yeah, let it rip.
Dagger.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, 25
That is
hits.
a 25 to hit. And this next roll, I think it's just a straight D4, so we're going to
Yes.
subtract 5 from this.
Okay.
Basically, just click right here.
Yeah, you can do that. Okay, so...
I've got 1.
Okay. Okay.
Does it go down?
No. It is pretty weak, but it is not quite dead yet.
Okay, then I am going to hit the same zombie with my rapier with a forehand attack.
Okay. 12
I've got
hits.
a 12 to hit.
8.
And
Okay.
8 damage.
Alrighty, and it's time for that con save. He's got to beat a 13. That is an 11. It does not make the save. So
All
the
right, so he goes
zombie
down.
in front of Red falls.
And that was my action and my bonus action.
Okay. Anything else from Red?
Yeah, I'm going to take my movement and probably invoke an attack of opportunity and go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 towards that column.
Okay. Okay. Yes, you will take an attack of opportunity from that zombie. That is a 5 to hit. That's not going to hit.
Nope.
Cass, you're up.
All right. So Cass has witnessed this emotional journey and is still Bill's fleshy alive form.
It's true.
Like, oh, jeez. Where is Dad? And then he casts Thunderwave at a second level.
Okay.
He's gonna cast it upwards. Yeah, he's gonna do to where he gets these two.
So the monk, Bill one-shot that monk. He literally shoved his skeletal hand through its skull, which popped.
Oh, he's just
Yeah, Bill
Okay.
just iced
the
that
monk is
monk,
done.
man.
okay. Cool. All right. I
Yeah.
just wanted to make because he didn't have any like markings indicating.
Yeah, I'm
something.
sorry. That's my
I'm
fault.
gonna get
Yeah,
these guys.
I put him at 0, but yes, Bill stabbed him, and he is gone. He is
Cool.
dead.
Yeah. Then second level Thunderwave on
Okay.
these fucks.
Okay.
That
I'd
is
say
going
gotta
to
make a
be
15 con save.
DC 15 con save.
I'm gonna do north and then south. North is
17
a
thunder damage.
okay. North
Oh.
is a 5. It fails and takes 17 thunder damage, and is blasted 10 feet back.
Yes.
And the second one makes the save, so it takes 8
8
thunder damage
yeah.
and is not blasted back. But it does take the 8 damage. Okay, that's Cass. Anything else from Cass?
Yeah, Cass looks back at. Cass looks out to. Beatrice is kind of surrounded a little bit. Well, so's. Oh man, there's so many people who need help. Yeah, Cass looks back to Beatrice. Fucking Arlo's raging. He's fine. Cass looks back at Beatrice and says, "You got this," and gives her bardic
Bardic
inspiration.
Inspiration. Excellent. Okay. So Beatrice, you have Bardic Inspiration. Anything else from Cass?
Nope, that is all I can do.
Okay. All right. Beatrice.
Okay. So, in the midst of all that, with Bill apparently somehow managing to gain some kind of composure and not murdering us, Beatrice is going to. Okay, so first off, with the hunter's mark, is that an action, or can I like move it as a bonus action?
I'm gonna say you can move it as a bonus action at this point. Normally it's just where the creature dies, but I'll say in this circumstance you can go ahead and move it.
But that creature became your ally, so it's
Yeah,
like,
I say
it
yeah,
amounts to
it's a
something.
little ridiculous. So yeah, go ahead and
I
move
would
that.
like to move that hunter's mark to the lady pointing menacingly at the gold dragon.
Okay, excellent.
Nice.
What is the range on Hunter's Mark? I assume she's in range, but she's 60 feet away. That's the range.
I think the range on Hunter's Mark is actually 60 feet.
I
Hang
think
on,
it
let me
is.
find it real quick.
I'm pretty confident that it is, but yeah.
And I will like move.
It is 90 feet. In
It
fact.
is 90 feet. Okay, yeah, you easily got that.
I'm gonna move out of the threat range and probably
Okay.
get attack of opportunity from 2 zombies. But
Okay. But you don't want disadvantage on this. Okay. I've got a 12 and an 11 to hit.
Nope.
no.
Okay. All right.
We're
So go ahead and move.
Like here-ish, kind of.
Okay.
And pull out the bow and fire.
Nice. Let her rip.
Fire the laser.
Because whatever that's doing, I hope I hit and get her to stop.
Okay.
And,
10
I'm
does
a-
not hit, but you do
I'm
have
gonna
Bardic
use
Inspiration. So
inspiration.
You have Bardic Inspiration. Do you want
Oh.
to use that first? It's a D6.
Okay. The D6 might help. Let's see if it does.
It's a 14
Four.
to hit.
a 14 does not quite get you there, unfortunately.
Can I use inspiration?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Let's try this again. This time with feeling.
Fingers crossed. 24
Hey!
definitely hits. Yes, 24 definitely
And I
hits.
think you should still have one more inspiration because you had chat and GM.
Yeah.
Dope. Okay. So, and then we're going to do Hunter's Mark and bees
Okay.
and longbow.
Okay, so
So
that is
14 points of damage.
14 points of damage. Nice.
Oh, 90 feet. Apparently, Hunter's Mark
Yes,
is
90
90.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Yep.
she's going to have to make a concentration check. Let me make sure she doesn't have Warcaster or anything like that. She does not. So that's just going to be a Constitution saving throw. She has got to beat a 10.
Roll a 1, roll a 1.
That's an 8. Excellent. So, yeah, so so you launch your arrow and your bees and your hunter's mark. Your hunter's mark, this sort of swirling energy. Like it's almost like your eye has this like golden glowing target that flares, and then this rune sort of like appears, and you fire your arrow through the rune, and it deals extra damage, hitting a weak point on your target as your bees follow your arrow and begin to swarm all over Lady Castellanter. She starts to tear and try and get the bees off, losing concentration on the spell as Aranax whips its wings out again and finalizes its strike against the other creature. As she does, you notice that Lady Castellanter's beautiful golden necklace with bright ruby beads is torn loose by your arrow and begins to tumble slowly towards the ground.
Oh no.
You're not the only one who notices this. Some of you see the Blackstaff's eyes widen in fear as she glances at what's happening. She bats another of Manshoon's spells out of the air and then swings her staff wide out towards the jewelry. A few feet before it hits the ground, its last possible instant, it slows, landing gently on the stone nearby Beatrice. However, this costs Vajra Safar dearly. While her attention is focused on the necklace, Manchun takes the opportunity to sucker punch her with another spell. A blast of green light takes her off her feet and slings her several feet across the bridge. The force of the blow launches the black staff out of her hands, and it arcs out off the bridge and down into a pile of treasure by the western wall. Manchun's face is overtaken with a dark glee and a baleful jubilation. And that is Beatrice's turn. Anything else? Or I guess you may have movement left. Anything else?
That'll work. Movement. Is it like right at my feet?
So let me see. I actually probably should have prepared for this. Necklace. That's not how you
I
spell
want to know where that
necklace.
staff is too.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Games, jewelry. Okay. I'm going to use this. It's a bloody necklace, so it's not quite right, but I'm going to say I'm going to roll a D6. I'm going to roll a D4, and that's how many tens of feet it flies away from Castle Enter. That is 3, so it flies 30 feet. Yeah, that's perfect. So it lands over there. This is the necklace right here. And then the staff, let me find... I should have prepared this. Sorry. I don't know how to do this.
Take your time.
Statue.
We are in this thing for the long haul.
Okay, so over near the western wall, this staff, I'm going to make it like that. Bloop. And this thing, I'm going to make it sort of glow. Let's see. With like it's the black staff, so we'll make it black, and it's got like a black radius on it. Bloop. There we go. Okay, so the black staff sort of slings off over this treasure and bounces off the wall and lands over there.
Oh,
Right
it
in
went
that little
away.
black thing over there. Okay?
Oh, it's clear that far away.
Yeah. Because she's over here, and it blasts her this way, and the staff kind of goes like that. Whoop. Okay, goes that way. And then he begins to advance on Vajra Safar, who is somewhat more defenseless. Okay, so yeah, Beatrice, you still have movement. I'm going to make this maybe a little more obvious with a red aura. That makes sense to me.
I would like to use the rest of my movement to get next to that necklace.
Okay, so you've moved, let's see, 10 feet. You have, yeah, you can move right over on top of it if you want.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, that brings us to the zombies. Let's see.
Maybe they followed me.
Okay, the only thing that makes sense for that one to do is to try to follow Redbeard. So we've got a 22 to hit for 7 bludgeoning damage on Redbeard.
Heard.
And then, let's see. Okay. Bill takes 1, Rainier takes 1, Mel takes 1, Cass takes 1, and... Actually, Cass takes 2. And Arlo takes 2. So, here comes at Bill. Boom. I've got a 9 to hit. That's not going to hit. For Rainier, he's going to take 1. That is a nat 1. That's a 4 to hit. That's not going to do it. I've got 1 coming at Mel. That's a crit for 8 points of bludgeoning damage on Mel. I've got 2 coming at Cass. I've got a 6 and a 19.
Cass looks over at the 19 and says, "Yeah, in your dreams, you fucking rotting corpse."
Okay.
And Cass cutting words.
All right, let her rip.
D6.
5, that's a 14.
5. Does not hit.
Does not hit. And 2 coming at Arlo. 1, 2. I've got a 19 and a 9 for 4 points of bludgeoning damage, which will drop down to 2 against Arlo. So, the zombies move in. One slams a fist into Redbeard. The others come for Rainier and Bill, who are standing side by side, blocking their attacks. Mel takes a hit, right? Mel took a hit.
Mel took a hit, she's a she now, sinks to one knee.
Yeah, so Mel took a hit and sinks down to one knee. The 2 surrounding Cass, so I think, like, Mel and Cass are almost like back to back fending off these zombies. One of them almost gets a slice in at Cass, but he uses his bardic cutting words to turn it away at the last moment. And one of them punches into Arlo. And that brings us to Rainier. So Rainier's going to go for the one in front of him with his first attack with his rapier. For 25 to hit for 10 piercing damage. So that's going to be, needs to make a 15 con save. That is a 9 con save. Finally, some of these things are starting to go down. Several of them have popped down and come back up, but not this time. Rainier makes his second rapier attack. That is a nat 1 that does not hit, and he makes his dagger attack 20 for 6 points of damage up against this one next to Bill. And that is Rainier. There we go. And so now, once again, Aranax and the creature are on somewhat more even footing. The creature leaps and tries to grapple Aranax once again, who this time he's attacking from the front. So Aranax is flying up into the air, but his powerful claws and legs are raking into the creature, and black blood is spilling out over the stones and sizzling as it lands on the cobbles below, ruining several jewels and gems. But the creature is trying to punch and bite and gore with Aranax with his horns. The battle rages on up above. Manshun is firing spells and cackling gleefully at Vajra Safar, who is barely maintaining her own. Every so often, the Cassalanters are lobbing spells into the melee themselves. Davil and the rest, and the Blackstaff are being pushed into the center of the bridge, being advanced upon from every side. And that brings us to Arlo. You're up.
Okay. Just hit things. So the one in the middle, the one in front of me.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, no, not an arm strike. Sorry.
That's fine. Okay. Yes, that hits. For 8 points of bludgeoning minus 10. Okay. Yeah, so you slam your staff into the thing. Arlo, do me a favor and make a perception check for me. 23. You were in a rage. You are so angry. You slam your great club into this thing, but there's this egging through that white red or that red haze of rage in the back of your skull is just a nagging little thought that peeks its way through. You are a dark elf. You, at one point in your life, were raised deep beneath the surface of the earth in Dark Elf society. You have since abandoned those people. They are largely not the kind of people you want to be around, but you remember some of them consorting with devils and demons and the dangers therein. And you've noticed Lord Cassalanter, who you can see lobbing spells into the fray from atop his column.
This one? Or which one?
This one over here. And you can see a glint of a bracelet around his wrist with this red rune on it that seems to match the runes on the golden bands on the horn and arms of the creature that is fighting Aranax. You get the sense that if someone were to disrupt maybe his concentration or his spell casting, he might lose control of the creature and it might turn on him. The creature might just leave this plane of existence. You also notice that there are spell scrolls and books cast about throughout this pile of treasure. Perhaps someone, you're in a rage, so maybe not you, but someone might be able to use one of those to affect this creature. Also, I'll give you with a 23, you glance up at the hole where Oh, I've got this out of the way. You glance up at the hole that the castle lanterns and the creature fell through, and you can see all the way up to the street, and there are people above, and you can actually see some sort of commotion. And you see You see Zentarim up there, and they seem to be doing battle with a group of adventurers. You can see a sort of gray-skinned, purplish-skinned tiefling woman and a band of adventurers battling Zentarim up there. You can also see Yagra Stonefist. And Yagra manages to kick one of these Zentarim off of the edge, and it falls down into this down into this vault where you guys are, with a reddened splat. And then she sort of glances down and sees what's going on in here, and herself kind of like takes a leap down, and she sort of like slams her long axe into one of the columns and jumps and uses the friction to slow her descent as she leaps down in here and lands actually next to you and says, "Hey, sorry it took me a little bit of time to get here, buddy.
Just a little late to the party.
Well, we were kind of busy upstairs, you know."
I could see that now.
Okay, so you've made your attack. You've realized some things. You are in a rage, but you can speak as a free action if you want. If you want to like let your party know any of the things that you might have realized here.
So
I don't know
what's gonna happen is that I guess when she falls down, I'm going to look at Cass and I'm gonna whistle a real hard whistle for him to look over, and he's gonna be able to see Yargra, and I'm gonna be pointing up at the wall or up at the ceiling, and I'm gonna say like there's fighting up there as well.
Okay.
Cool. Yes.
Okay, do you let anyone know anything that you realized about how to maybe get rid of this demon that is savaging your dragon buddy?
And and then I also say there's spell books behind. You said behind, like right over here, right?
Yeah, I mean you guys can see them on the map where you see the scrolls and shit. Those are all in fiction. So,
and I go ahead and say there's spell books that we can use, and it's this guy, right?
The
Yes,
band's
the guy.
on the guy. The band's on the guy.
Yeah.
It's this one though.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say the band is on the guy. That can help us win. Change the tide of battle.
Okay. Excellent.
Hit the guy. Got it.
Sorry, you kind of went out there for a second, Jacob. What was that?
Hit the guy. Got it. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Anything else from Arlo? Any movement or anything like that?
Hit the bad guys.
No, that'll be
Thanks
it.
for the news.
Okay, Mel, you're up. What do you got?
Okay. My question is, again, you got to help me. Okay.
Okay.
Is the quicken spell something I can only use once, or
No.
if I have 2 more sorcery
If you've got
points,
more
can I
sorcery
do it
points, you
again?
can quicken spell more spells.
Okay, so then I want to do what and we still haven't done that Tides of Chaos thing.
Yes, we did forget that. Now you had cast. What was the?
It was
Magic Missile. Yeah. So go ahead and make another D20 roll for me.
I got a 10.
Okay. You know what? Honestly, I feel like we've gone this whole campaign and practically not had any wild magic surges. So I am just gonna say it's built up. You've been slinging a lot of spells. I say we should roll a wild magic surge during your turn this turn and see what happens. So is everyone amenable to that?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
But we're gonna get. She casts level 5 fireball
Right on top
herself.
of everybody.
Okay, well,
Okay,
no, she's not going to do that. But what she is going to do,
Well, that's what the wild magic surge means. You may not have it'll just be what it is. Okay. Roll me a D100, Trish. 57. 57 says,
You polymorph
this
both
is
men's
wonderful.
shoes
No.
into rats.
So for the next minute, any flammable object you touch that isn't being worn or carried by another object or by another creature bursts into flame. So your hands sort of wreathe themselves in fire, and you kind of can't control it. You're like, my hands are on fire. I don't know what the fuck to do. But you can still do whatever it is that you want, but now your hands, it's like it doesn't hurt you, but your hands are just burning with this magical, wild energy.
Well, what does it do to anybody I grab?
Nothing.
I mean, it says that's not being worn or carried. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna say because fuck that. The rules are just suggestions, folks. I'm gonna say if you make unarmed strikes, you can use either strength or dexterity because I don't care. Against a creature, I'm gonna say that you're gonna deal an extra D12 of fire damage because this is like never fucking happened. Let's just go all out, kids.
All right, so this is what happens: is that Mel is trying to figure out how to shocking grasp the guys on either side of Kaz. Okay, and so the kid is standing there and he's trying to figure out how, and he's like doing anything he can to get the buzzers to show up in each hand. And what happens is, whatever he's doing, both of his hands turn into this fiery, flaming thing. Okay, so he looks Kaz straight in the eye and says, "Fuck it." And he reaches out with these hands and he grabs the neck of the zombies on either side of Kaz.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Go ahead and we'll say spend those sorcery points to twin spell this. We'll go ahead and we'll count it kind of as if, and make a, we'll say actually instead of an unarmed strike, make a spell attack roll as if you're using your shocking grasp. But we're just going to say that it does more damage. So.
Okay. So do I get to do 2 shocking grasps?
Yes. So yeah, just roll attack rolls.
Okay, I want to use my one of my inspirations on that one.
Yep, let it rip. 21 hits.
All right, now I'm going to do my second one.
Okay, 15 hits.
And that's good enough, isn't it? Okay, so I only used 1 inspiration. So
so we'll do the north one first. Go ahead and roll that D12.
Well, all I have to do is hit shocking grasp. No, I roll.
No, shocking grasp is not a D12 normally. So
roll a D12. I get a 12.
Hey, you know what? Because I think it's fun. Yeah. Okay. So that won't matter because he's almost dead anyway. All right. So he's gonna make that con save. He's got to beat a 17, folks. What do we got? Oh, he hit the 17. Damn. Okay. So he's down at 1 hit point. On death's door, this zombie, but you went to the one for the south. Go ahead and roll that damage for me.
Okay, that was
4
a 4
damage. Okay, so you.
That wasn't a D12. That was a lightning. That was
that is correct.
Oh, that's right. I was supposed to hit the D12. Thank you.
Yeah, roll D12.
Okay, 10.
10. Nice, much better. Okay. So you reach these flaming hands out and grab these zombies on the neck, and they are like burning, and you can smell this sickening smell of burning, rotted flesh. One of them it seems like it's about to die, and you let it go, but it jerks itself back to life. The other one takes a massive hit. That's actually the first hit that it's taken, so it's not quite dead yet. Okay, next up is Undead Bill. Undead Bill is going to make 2 unarmed strikes against the zombie in front of him. Wow. And he is actually going to miss both strikes. He rolled a 7 on each. Rip Bill. It's hard to hit people when you've ripped off your own arm. It's a little distracting. So, and Bill just sort of just grunts.
He doesn't have one eye, right?
And so he misses. But he is going to move over. He's going to take an attack of opportunity and move in next to Mel. I think he's going to come this way through Rainier and go over next to Mel and Cass. The zombie is going to go for a hit on Bill. That is a 7 to hit. I've stopped being able to roll well, folks, which probably bodes well for these poor adventurers.
That's wonderful.
Okay, so he's made his attacks. Redbeard, you're up.
Okay. So I have a question.
Yes.
Based on the situation and my knowledge of my own abilities, do I think that it is more likely that I will get up onto the bridge or that I will be able to get to the stick and hurl it back over to the Blackstaff? I have a high dex score, but I can also move and dash and then bonus dash to get up the column.
I think the moving and dashing, and you have the thief, which means climbing doesn't cost you extra movement. You're more likely to succeed at that than you are at hurling the staff.
Climbing doesn't cost me extra movement because of thief. Okay,
thief, yeah,
so
right. That's on your.
How high is the column?
They are about 60 feet up in the air.
Christ. Okay.
Yeah, they're a long way up there. But it basically doesn't cost you any extra movement. So, you've got your movement and your dash, and it'll take an action. So you can get to the top of it this round.
Well, I can't do the thing is I can not only get to the top of it. All right, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to risk the attack of opportunity.
Okay.
I'm going to move, dash, and then dash again. Hit. I'm going to go right here. What was the to hit?
6.
Nope. And I'm going to get right up in Manshoon's grill. I'm going to put my cowl on with that free action that you previously said that I could have in similar situations.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, the Gray Fox sees you. And that's what I got.
Okay.
Is that Manshoon or is that Manshoon? There's like two.
There's 2 Manshoons. I am getting to the closest Manshoon.
Okay.
And trying to distract him while hopefully the Blackstaff
Okay, Cass, you're up.
pulls a hat trick.
Cass sees the 3 zombies around him. Oh boy! And he turns around and he sees how badly wounded Mel is, and he hears Arlo shouting to hit the guy. He's okay. And he turns around and uses his last 2nd level spell for a cure wounds at 2nd level on Mel.
Okay.
For 16 hit points, and then
Oh, thank God.
he looks up at Beatrice and he says, "You've got this. Shoot that motherfucker!" And he points at Lord Castle, whatever the fuck.
Okay.
Lord Castellanter.
I have a plan. I don't think it's shooting though.
Oop.
And that's all he's got.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, so me. Now back to me. First up, I'm gonna pick up that necklace.
Okay.
And I have Chatspiration or DM Inspiration, one of those 2.
You've got one of those things, yeah.
I've got one of those things. And do I think that it is a good idea to throw one of those marbles in that necklace at the square between the 2 of those cheeky dick waffles up there?
I mean, the spell Fireball has a radius of like 20 feet, so it's a pretty massive spell. So even if you get it most of the way up the column, you're very likely to hit them. Yeah.
Okay, the spell Fireball has a radius of 20 feet and a range of 150 feet. So yes, you can absolutely hit both of those guys with Fireball, if that is what you think you're doing.
How many beads do I have right now?
There are 6 beads on the necklace.
Oh boy!
Oh, I'm gonna throw 2. I'm gonna throw 2 of those beads actually.
Yeah.
So that's gonna get you 1 x. That's gonna get you 1 extra d6. Is that what you want to do?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so that's dex saves from both of them. The Necklace of Fireball has a DC, I think, of 13, but I want to check.
I don't have that.
No, that's fine. It's a magic item. I think most things. Oh no, it's a DC 15. Okay, cool. So that's dex saves from both of them.
And unless they are a very specific class, they still take half damage.
Yeet.
Yeah. Okay, so he got a 19. He does succeed that save. Where is she? Okay. She got a 14. She fails that save. Go ahead and roll damage.
How?
You are
it is
going
9d6s.
to roll
96.
Yeah, so you can
Correct.
just hit
96.
backslash.
Does my bardic inspiration, because I have magical inspiration as well, would that factor in with this, or is that only from innate spell casting, like actual magic?
Yeah, I don't know that you can add that to this. I'm gonna say.
Okay, just a thought.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
10d6 sounds better than 9. I'm just
That or advanced dice roller. Let's do advanced dice roller. We're going to pick the d6 and we're going to roll
9 of them.
9. And there's no pluses or anything.
correct.
Correct. Yeah.
So one takes
23.
23 and the other one takes 11.
Okay. All right. So he has to make a concentration check. Okay. Let's see. If not have Warcaster or anything.
Favorite toy
He
now.
does have high Constitution. So he's got to beat a DC 10 on this. He got a 22.
Isn't it half damage? Okay, I was about to say, wouldn't it be 11?
He maintains
technically?
concentration.
No, it's 10 or half of the damage you took, whichever's higher. So you don't start
Okay,
raising it till
got
you
it.
do 20 or more damage to him in a single hit.
Gotcha.
Okay, so with a 22, he does save. So this fireball explodes, and she is very badly wounded. She is quite burned. You know what? I'm gonna give him disadvantage on that save because she is like about to die.
Yeah.
That's a nat 1. Okay, yeah. So he does, because she has 8 HP left. So he loses concentration on this summoning, and there's a sort of flaming whoosh as this creature vanishes, and he angrily cries out, and he and the woman fly back up through the hole they came through. Out into the street.
Yeah, you better run.
Nice.
Oh, running away!
Okay, so that was
Use brave Sir
Beatrice's
Castle
turn, right? Anything else from Beatrice?
I don't think I can do much else. I mean, I can move, but that's probably about it. Can I throw another thing?
No, it's an action to throw it.
Ah, damn it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can totally move though.
You can move more if you want. Yes.
I can, I guess, move. We're closer to the bridge.
Okay.
What happens to her hunter's mark?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna say you can move it to someone else as a bonus action. That's fine. It's the finale, folks. We get to do whatever we want with the rules during the finale. That's the.
We
rules.
always get to do what we want with the rules. What are you talking
That's
about?
very true.
Is
Okay.
Manjun within 90 feet?
I mean, you can move.
If you move a little, then yeah.
Yeah, but move a little and then.
He's like 95 feet away, so you don't even have to move very much.
Yeah, I'll move like between kind of those two pillars south
You can
of
move
me.
your token.
Yeah, I guess I can do that. I don't know how far I can move though.
30 feet, I think.
Yes, correct. 30 feet.
Okay, so 30 feet. I'm gonna go there, and I can still shoot over there if I need to. And I'm gonna move my hunter's mark to
The Redbeard Mansion.
Yeah, the Redbeard Mansion that I can
Okay.
get to.
Okay. Cool. All right, that brings us to the zombies. We've got one coming at Rainier. We've got one coming at Bill, one at Mel, one at Cass, two at Arlo. Oh, and I'll have Yagra go when Rainier goes. There we go. Okay, so first attack is Rainier. 11 does not hit. Second attack is Bill. 6 does not hit. Third attack is Mel. 20 hits. Why am I only hitting Mel? I don't understand. 2 bludgeoning damage, Mel. Next
Okay.
attack Cass. 5 doesn't hit. 2 more coming at Arlo. I've got a 15 and a 4.
The 15 hits.
Okay. And then this guy is racing up towards Beatrice. That's the only sensible thing it can do. However, it has to dash to get there and cannot attack this round. Okay, that brings us to Rainier. Rainier is going to attack the zombie north of him. I don't know where I put his... I've got so many stat blocks, even with not doing half the shit. Okay,
But
that
you're
is
doing
21 to
great.
hit for 7 points of damage. I've got another...
We've engaged so many of the things that
I've
weren't
got
originally
15,
supposed to be
12.
involved in this combat.
Minus 12. Okay, so that does bring it down to 0. So the thing is, it has to make a con save versus 17. Bloop. It makes a 17. All right, well, here comes the dagger. These zombies, man. 23 to hit for 8. So it needs to make a DC 13 con save, which is a 20. So Rainier
right
is just slamming blades into this
Is
thing.
just
and it
slashing
just
away
will
and
not
having
go
the
down.
worst time.
Okay, that's Rainier. Yagra is gonna race up behind these other two, and she gets 2 melee attacks with her mace. I've got a 10 which hits and a 17 for a total of 9 damage on the one that's already been hit. In the middle, there we go. It is still kicking, but Yagra has raced in to help Arlo. Okay. All right, so at this point, Redbeard races up to Manshoon, who turns around and faces Redbeard. And let's see.
Let's go, you punk ass bitch.
Redbeard, I need you to make... Jesus, that's crazy. Okay. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
All right.
DC 21.
All right. It's no this one here. I have a 5.
Oof. Okay, you have any inspiration you want to try to use, or are you going to hang on to it?
I think I am out of inspiration.
Okay. Redbeard, do I have a... You pull your fox hood up and say the gray fox sees you, and Manshoon turns around and smiles and says, I suppose he does, and waves his hand and fires this bolt of energy at you, and you are polymorphed into a gray fox.
That's fine. That's fucking fine. I have no problem. with that.
There's not a fox stat block. You have the stats of a cat.
Okay.
And I am going to give you
That's
control
fine.
of this cat. How do I do that? How may I give you control of this cat?
Click the cat
That
and
could have
pick
been
token
so
controls.
much worse.
Control by character settings. Okay, so I've
Who
got to
let
do
was
it
the
here.
cat
expecting
out
it
of the bag?
Die.
I've got to do it. Bloop, bloop. Okay, come here.
That's adorable.
Right, I can still use the help action and everything. I'm good, man.
Oh, there it is.
What color is this cat? Is this a gray cat
It's-
or?
I mean, it's not a cat. It's a gray fox.
It's a
but
fox.
I only have
Oh,
a thing for a
oh.
cat, right? So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's fun. I was
And
away.
I
for
still
that
maintain my
last
mental stats, right?
I don't think so with polymorph. Actually, that wild shape retains mental stats. Polymorph gives you the full stat block of the creature.
Oh,
So your intelligence is 3. So you are literally a fox right now.
our monitor
Got
just
it.
went dark. Give me just a moment.
Uh-oh. Okay. So
All I did was grab a book. I'm sorry.
and he
I'm
turns
sorry. I'm such a fuck
around
up.
and he turns around and begins advancing again on Vajra Safar. However, Oranax flies up onto the bridge and begins lashing out at the creatures fighting Davil and friends with great effectiveness. Arlo, you're up.
I'm pretty sure this is our last turn being rage, right?
I have not been keeping track. I'm going to be honest with you. It can't have been. It's not 10. It lasts for 10 rounds.
Oh,
And
10
it's
rounds.
yeah, it
It's
lasts
only
for
it's
1
only been
minute, which
4.
is each round is 6 seconds. So it lasts for 10 rounds, and this has got to be round 5 or 6 tops. So
I thought this was 4.
Well, if you've
It
been
No,
might
no,
be
yeah,
round
yeah.
4,
I think
yeah.
this was 5. I think this is going to 5.
okay.
When
Well,
it's
why
my
don't
turn.
I here real quick? Where's Redbeard? We're gonna say Gray Fox is at 13, and I'm just gonna add a token for Rage. Nope. And we're going to put that. So if this was, we were at 10, 9, 8, 7. We're going to say you've got 4. No, we're going to say you've got 5. We're just going to say it's been 5 rounds. You've got 5 rounds left after this one. So go ahead.
So, okay, so I'm still going to be hitting things, but how damaged Cass, how damaged are you? Like, are you bad? Like, are you bad in health?
I'm above half now. I healing warded myself, so I've got 21 out of 34, so I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I was bad before I healed.
Yeah, and I was thinking of like I was actually gonna go over there. I was just gonna what do you call it? I was gonna go
Dash.
I was gonna dash over there without even thinking.
Okay.
Go and
No,
help them. But since I think Bill and Rainier and all them are helping them, I guess I
Okay.
can handle mine.
Yeah, we'll be all right here.
And what about this guy right here? How damaged is he?
He's taking some good hits. He's pretty low.
Oh,
The other one hasn't
low
really
for
been
an
touched at all. So
yeah, I was gonna say, is that guy pretty low for an unarmed strike? No.
Yeah. I your best bet's gonna be the Great Club still.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the Great Club again, and
Okay.
then right in front of me, 17.
17 hits, 9
for
bludgeoning damage.
11.
Okay. 11 bludgeoning damage. So it's got a okay. So that's gonna take it to 0, but it has to do the con save. It's trying to beat a 16. What do we got? Damn, 22. So you crack your club into this creature, and it goes limp for a second before its head rolls back around over at you, teeth bared to try and bite you. Anything else from Arlo? Any movement?
Would I be able to knock this one down?
Not really. You'd have to make an attack to do, like, you'd have to make like a shove attack, and you don't have any attacks left, unfortunately. So, but you can just move if you want. I think that's basically all you've really got left.
As I was gonna say, as long as I'm in range, they won't be able to have the opportunity of attack.
If you move and don't,
if I move here,
yeah, no, there will be no opportunity attacks if you move there. Correct.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and move the up here, so I'll be able to face both of them now.
Okay.
Well, this one I'm gonna face head on.
Okay.
But that will be at the end of my movement.
Okay. That brings us to Mel. What you got?
Okay. Well, Mel is getting a little bit low on some things. He's used his sorcery points. He's got 1/3 level spell. You know, I think looking at the 3 people around Mel, looking at the 4 zombies. Which one does Mel think is the most damaged?
The one to the north. So the 4 zombies, the 2 to the north are both in that situation where, like, they're about to go down, but they keep making those saves and coming back, but, like, they're right on death's door. You can see that their zombie bodies are, like, barely hanging together by whatever magic is animating them.
Mel is going to take a chance, okay? And Mel is going to use his last spell slot, and he is whipping out the ball bearings again. And he is going to do 2 of them on the guy north of Rainier.
Okay.
And then he's going to do the 3rd one on the guy north of Kaz.
Okay.
He's going to take a chance.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that damage.
So let's start. Let me get to that. Let's start with the magic. The magic missile's the one we do 3 times,
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
So I'm doing the 2 on the guy on the left.
Okay. Okay, so 7 and 9. So the first con save is a 16, and the second con save is a nat 1. Okay, so the one north of Rainier, another ball bearing slams into it, and it dies. And then roll that last one on the one.
Okay, I got one
north
left.
of Cass.
He pivots and he aims the last the last ball bearing he can come up with at the other guy.
Okay. That is a 4. He's got to beat a 9. He rolled a 21. So the last
Okay.
one still
Okay.
remains alive.
That's okay. I did something.
Okay. Okay. That brings us to Undead Bill, who begins to lash out with his fists once again at the creature in front of him. I've got a 17 and an 18. We've got a 7 and an 8. So that
Quick
is what,
thing.
15 points of damage? Yes.
If the GM will allow it, the cat has 3 hit points instead of 2.
Sure.
Okay.
Hang on. Okay. Okay, so Undead Bill does 15, so this guy has got to make... Is that a DC 20? That's a DC 20 con save. What do we got? A nat 1. Hey,
Yes,
so
yes,
Bill
yes.
lashes out, and his 2 fists beat this zombie skull into a pulp.
Go, Bill. Go,
Bill, seeing
Bill.
the situation, looks at the 2 of you, and he actually turns and runs over towards Beatrice. And Beatrice, he looks at you, and he says, you actually can hear, and it's garbled and hard to hear, but he says, "The necklace! Please!"
Okay.
And you can see his eyes, still raging, are fixed on Manshun up above on the bridge.
I just got this toy.
Oh man.
And that's his turn.
Good shot.
And Gray Fox, you're up.
I am going to move towards Manshun.
Okay.
And I am going to use the help action
Okay.
for the next attack that gets thrown at Manshun. I'm basically just going to try to like vex him.
Okay.
So if like the Black Staff or somebody else tries to do something bad to Manshun and it requires an attack roll, I want to give that person an advantage on that attack roll.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, so you go take the help action, and so you're like trying to get in and underneath his feet and distract him. Classic cat behavior, or classic fox. We'll say cat, but like, yeah, fox-like behavior here.
Same thing. Yeah.
Tricky fox.
I would do the same thing regardless of the form. So yeah.
And Cass,
I
you're up.
maintain my personality.
All right. Cass is going to stab the zombie directly north of him.
Okay, let her rip.
Because that guy has like no health. So hey. Oh my God, Cass is going to. I don't know if this is worth inspiration.
No, don't. I don't think so.
No, Cass isn't going to do it. He is going to first level healing word. Mel, just to make sure that
Okay.
Mel's okay.
Mel's pretty dang good. That's
Oh, then
16. Yeah.
I mean, Rainier's
16
about
out
half
of-
dead. Not that you may want to save
Yeah.
that for somebody
Mel's
else.
pretty good.
Yeah.
You probably
Yeah,
want to save
he'll
it for someone else.
he'll give it to. I mean, what's Rainier's max? Like,
60 some. He's at about 30 hit
oh,
HP.
he's fucking fine.
Oh, well, he's better than I am then.
Yeah. All right, then Cass is using it on himself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cass like,
Do it.
I'm okay.
Do it.
I'm okay. I'm
I
okay.
mean, that's his max. You didn't ask about his current.
Yeah, I mean,
Then he was about half
it's
dead.
fine.
Yeah. All right. 28.
Okay.
Good. Good.
Any movement from Cass?
Nope.
Weird.
Cass is gonna stay here and try and be the wall between Mel and these zombies.
Okay. Beatrice.
Yeah, well. I don't think she wants to toss
Okay.
the necklace to Jim. That seems like a bad idea.
What if Bill doesn't catch it?
He does
Yeah,
have
I got
one
the
arm now,
hand.
so-
Like, what if?
And half his
but
face is burned off.
Here's the question. Could she use a standard action to throw another one of those beads and then use her bonus action to toss the necklace to Bill?
I'm gonna say.
Where do I throw
Sure, I suppose.
Okay, then you can cast Fireball and then toss that necklace to Bill. Fireball has a range of 150 feet, so you can hit anywhere on this battlefield that you want, basically.
Right, but I don't know where exactly I would be using it. I know where Bill wants to use it. I just don't I don't feel comfortable
Do you?
throwing a necklace.
There's two-man shoons. Bill's probably real confused right now.
Okay, so this is that's the size of oh, there we go. That's the size of the fireball.
Like
so
wherever you want, and then still get the necklace to Bill, and he's got like 5 beads left. In poker, this is what we call a no-risk bet.
Right, but
Not that I play poker.
my concern is because Bill is like 5, 10, 15, it's tossing distance, and I don't want to toss a necklace
it
of
is.
fireball.
If he drops the
in the air.
necklace of fireball, it will go off at his feet and do a lot of damage to both of you. So yeah, up to you. I mean, you're not required to do what he asks. He has asked for it, but you're not. And he's,
Okay,
you can do
so
what you
here's the
want.
other thing you have to consider then. Fireball is a dex save. So as a ranger, I mean, you're proficient. You got like a +4, a +5. Like your odds are pretty good.
Got about a 50-50
What
shot.
about Bill?
Okay, so what I think I'll do.
Bill is gone.
We just got him back.
We didn't get him back. He's
Back.
gone. He's an undead monstrosity even without that
What I
arm.
think I will do is I will take another bead off and throw it somewhere. But after I do that, I will hold it out to Bill to come get on his
Okay.
turn.
Also
Okay,
a good option.
so where would you like to throw it?
Which one of those on the bridge are friendlies and which are not?
That is a friendly. I think these are friendlies.
Okay, actually, the necklace of fire. I know the spell Fireball says 150 feet. The necklace of Fireball says you can detach a bead and throw it up to 60 feet away. So
Oh, okay.
Oh.
that makes things much more difficult.
I don't think I can then.
Yeah, so your best bet may be to stab that zombie and then hold
Yeah.
out the necklace. But
I'll stab the zombie and hold out the necklace. Is what
Good choice.
okay, let her rip. Yeah.
I don't want to throw a necklace of fireball at somebody who has like a 50% less chance of catching it because he's.
Yeah.
Good choice.
Okay, let her
good
rip.
choice.
Let me switch it so that my character's the one doing things and stabby,
16 hits.
and
girl.
redo the bees. Bees. Oh, the bees only did 1 damage.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you lash out with your sword, and the bees crawl all over the zombie, which does not seem as freaked out about it as most people for obvious reasons. But nevertheless, they do damage, and then you hold out that necklace for Bill. That brings us to the zombies. So we're gonna start. We've got 1 coming at Beatrice. I've got a 13 to hit. I've got 2 coming at Cass. Poor Cass, just tanking away. I've got a 4 and a 5. Good God.
Yes.
And I've got 2 coming at Arlo. I've got a 5 and an 11. That is a complete whiff,
No.
y'all. Okay, that handles the zombies. Next is Rainier, who is.
Can
go
I
ahead.
say some? Can I say something to Diagra first? Just real quick. I'm going to point at this zombie for her to attack this one because this one is full health instead of this one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say to her.
She's gonna ignore that because if she can remove the other one,
Because
that
that
gets
is
rid of
a
source of damage.
tactically poor decision. You always want to remove combatants from combat before you attack fresh people.
I was gonna attack him too, but
Well, yeah, but if she can kill that one, then
You can still hit the other one.
Okay, so we got a rapier attack coming at the one north of Cass from Rainier. That is a 22 to hit for 5 points of piercing damage, which means he makes a DC 10 con save. That is a nat 1.
Yes, finally.
Finally. These resilient bastard ass zombies. Okay, and then he's going to step up and take some remaining swipes at the one next to Cass. So we are going to do, that's not who I want. I want that. We're going to take another rapier swipe. That is a nat 1. That's not going to do it. And the dagger is a 16 for 7 points of piercing damage. There we go. That is Rainier's turn. As he wades into the fray, Yagra is going to attack the one directly next to her with her mace. That is a 12 to hit for 7 bludgeoning damage. So this thing now needs to make a DC 12 con save. That is a 9. That doesn't do it. Okay. So this one's dead. And then she is going to go for the one to the north with her remaining attack. And that is a 17 for 8 bludgeoning damage. So she wades in, kills the one next to Arlo, and starts in on the other one next to it. Okay. So Aranax rolls over here and unleashes his fire breath. And let me just roll damage on that puppy. Where are you, Aranax? I guess I got it. There he is. Jeez. Okay. /R. 60 points of damage. Okay. Let's see. So
they're taking 60 or 30.
it depends. They've got to make a crazy high dex save. I didn't really want to get into this level of detail, but now that you guys are up there, I kind of have to. DC 21 dex save from everybody else. Okay, so you take a dex save. 21. That's a 22. Oh my god, this guy fucking makes the save and only takes 30 points of damage and isn't incinerated instantly. Incredible.
Whoops.
Incredible. What about this one? This one can't make the save. Okay, these thugs literally can't make the save even on a nat 20. So all of these guys are burned alive. This one has a high dex. This one could make the save. Could make the save, but doesn't. And takes 60 points and is actually not dead. But is very badly burned. And then this guy...
Very.
let's see. Bloop. Fails the save and is also very
It's only a
burned.
flesh wound, but it's all of my flesh.
Yeah, okay. So Aranax wipes out half the things on the bridge. That brings us to Arlo.
Who's muted?
Are you muted or are you speaking, Arlo?
He's muted.
I was thinking right now
Okay.
what to do. But yeah, I was muted though.
Okay.
Well, here comes the Great Club.
Yeah, hit that
Yeah.
guy.
15 hits. 10
For
points of damage.
12.
Okay. 12. Okay. Yeah, he is pretty close, almost dead. Honestly, I would recommend starting to, like, if you want to do anything else in this combat, I would recommend starting to move. Yagra can probably clean this guy up.
Okay.
Frankly. I mean, you'll take an attack
so-
of opportunity, but you take half damage from all this crap anyway, so,
You'll be fine.
you know.
Yeah. 30.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be going over here, right? So that's where I want
I
to be
mean,
going.
yeah, you can do whatever you want.
So, 30, and then you can go ahead
Okay.
and do your.
They
attack
rolled a
roll.
nat 1, so.
Oh.
Okay. That brings us to Mel.
Okay, Mel takes off running, and she runs right up to Bill the zombie, and she looks him straight in the eye because he only has one eye. And she says, and she's back, she's looking like the woman now. She says, "I love you, Bill." And then she fires off a ray of frost at the zombie that is south of
Okay.
Beatrice
11 hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
for 4 damage.
4 cold damage. Okay. Okay. As I think we're gonna do this now. As you say, "I love you, Bill." All of you're in the heat of combat, and you know the blood is rushing in your ears. The haze of rage has descended on Arlo. You're fighting for your lives, breathing heavily, adrenaline pumping in your veins. And everything freezes. 1 second, folks. And Arlo, your patron appears nearby and says, "You've all been working very hard. I'm gonna give you a moment. And real quick, I have to move some people around. Nope. And so time is frozen. You are all free to act. Yagra and Rainier and no one on the bridge are included in this. It's just Beatrice, Mel, Bill, Arlo, Cass, and Red. You feel your consciousness exit the body of this fox, and there is a sort of ethereal astral projection of Red. And you may move about freely. You're not going to be able to impact any of the combat that's happening, but
Sure.
It appears that Arlo's patron is giving everyone a chance to say goodbye.
Hey guys,
Hey, Bill.
how you doing, kiddo?
A whole lot better now, Bill.
Well, let me tell you, after this is all over with, I'm gonna have a nice long break, so don't you worry about me.
Oh, Bill, I hope that we all have a long break. Bill, we were so mad. We were so angry, and we didn't know what to do.
Well, you don't always have to know what to do, but it is important to do it. Keep your chin up, kid.
I will now, Bill. This is just like the best news ever. Kaz, look who's here.
Kaz smiles, and if it's okay, Kaz would like to take his regular changeling form.
Yeah, go for it.
Since we're all kind of paused. And he walks up and he goes, "You never were any good at losing fights." And he reaches out and pats Bill on the shoulder, and it's real good to see you again, man. I missed you.
Well, don't give up on the flute either, buddy.
Well, who knows? We'll see how this goes. I might be joining you pretty soon.
If you can make it here, I'd be surprised.
And he looks over at Arlo and is, "Look who came to join."
Yeah. The person that I owed a bunch of money to, huh?
Yeah, about that. Compounding interest and all.
Maybe how about I put some money on your grave when we're done with all this.
Just make sure it's shiny.
I'll bite into one.
Hey, Beatrice.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm not so pretty right now. Nothing honey could fix.
Well, I think you look okay.
I'll look better in a little bit, don't you worry.
I'll leave some honey on your grave. With the crunchy sticks that you like.
Oh, that's great. Make sure to stick a couple in my eye sockets if you can find them.
I'll try. I'll try. It's a little gross, but
It's the gray fox. God, I looked up to you as a kid. I had no idea.
Bill, I tried really hard to save you, but I couldn't leave the others behind.
You gotta learn, man. You can't do it all alone. I learned that the hard way, so you didn't have to.
Bill, I will cleanse this city of its rats, and I will kill that bastard for Lily.
Give me one last shot before you do.
He pulls the gun out of his spectral coat and says, I got one left, and it's not for you.
Just don't miss, and don't point it at me.
He puts the gun back in his coat and re-inhabits the fox.
All right, guys. This is all I got left. There's no more time to waste. You know what to do.
And as Bill screams, the moment resumes. Bill rushes over and snags the necklace of fireballs from Beatrice's hand. He races with an inhuman kind of undead speed over to the column, and he starts scrabbling at the column, but with one arm he can't really pull himself up. Mel, what do you do?
Mel races behind him. She casts spider climb on herself. And she looks at him. She wants so badly to say, give the necklace to me. She's going to try to push Bill up the column. What kind of luck does she have?
Make an athletics check.
She's got spider climb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll say make an athletics check with advantage. 14. Okay, I think with a 14, you help Bill get about halfway up the column this turn.
I have one more inspiration. Can I try again?
Sure. Well, no, you already have advantage on the roll.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay. That's right. That's right. All right. I get him halfway up the pole.
It's Bill, and he's up next. And so Bill manages to race the remainder of the way up the column. He's got about 30 feet of movement left. He races over towards Manshoon. Sorry, he was here. Get there. He can. He pulls out the necklace, and he looks at the gray fox, and he cocks an eyebrow. He's looking for a sign. Gray fox, what do you do?
I am going to get more than 20 feet away.
Okay.
Taking the disengage action.
Okay.
Before I do so.
And as you race away, he grabs Manshoon by the shoulder, who was advancing on Vajra Safar, and he shoves him away from her before following up. And he takes the necklace of fireballs in his left hand this time, because he already blew his right arm off. And Manshoon is trying to cast a spell. He's trying to bring up a shield, a wall of force, anything. There's a manic glint in Bill's eyes. He brings the necklace of fireballs up above his head and swirls it and slaps Manshoon in the fucking face with that thing.
Yes!
An explosion rocks the cavern. As he does, how many beads of fireball did Beatrice? 2, right?
Yeah.
So this is a...
He still had 4 left.
4, so that makes this a...
It's
fifth
one
level?
It's
Fifth level
fireball plus
fireball.
3.
So this is a 5th level fireball. Wait. No, it's 3rd. A single bead is a 3rd level, and there's how many left? 3.
There were 4.
3. So that makes 3rd level, 4th level, 5th. This is a 6th level fireball. So this is 11d6 for 39 damage on Manshun, who has been locked in combat with Vajra Safar. Manshun takes the hit and is barely breathing. But Bill once more is lying smoking on the bridge. He's been blasted away, both of them, to either side of the bridge. Gray Fox, you are returned to Redbeard as Manshun's concentration on polymorph is broken.
All right.
And I'm going to go ahead and say take your turn now as well, Red.
So Redbeard moves up on Manshun. His charred, sputtering body gets him by like the lapel of that stupid fucking cloak he wears. He pulls out his gun and he says, "The Gray Fox will cleanse this city of its rats. I told you that you would be next. This one is for Bill and also for Lily." And I dig that gun up under his fucking chin and I pull the trigger.
You pull the trigger and a splatter of blood. Manshun is dead. His simulacrum fades and melts into the bridge.
And then I'm gonna stand up and hold like his corpse aloft with my little like strength 10 score as best as I can, and I'm gonna say, "The rest of you better get the fuck out of here before we do the same to you," and I'm gonna drop him in the dirt.
You drop him down, and Aranax roars at these other two, who turn and flee. As he dies, the remaining zombies fall. And the Battle of the Vault of Dragons is over.
All right, everybody starts scooping up treasure.
And Vajra Safar picks up the black staff. And she comes over and grabs Manshun. And she flies down into the middle of the vault. Aranax lands curiously and looks at her from behind. She looks around at the rest of you. Beatrice, you have rope, don't you?
Oh, I'm sure I probably do.
She waves her staff, and the rope tied to your backpack flies over to her. And she waves it again, and it binds the corpse of Manshun. And she reaches into her pouch, and she takes out a diamond. And she crushes it, and this magical sparkling dust floats down over the corpse of bound Manshun. And he sputters back to life, and she says, "I assume the rest of you would like a hit." And then she steps back as the rest of you close on Manshun's corpse.
How many of those you got?
There is wet, smacking meat sounds and breaking bones and garbled screams.
Also,
As
Lucky.
any of you
desperately tries to squirm away.
As any of you who wish are given opportunity to vent your rage.
My
on
beads are going
Manshun.
places they're not supposed to go.
Anytime
still
he
in
tries to
rage.
cast a spell, you can see Vajra Safar shut it down. Davil and the others come to the edge of the bridge, and these are seasoned adventurers, but you can see all of them like, ooh, like a little bit maybe even disturbed by how violent this gets. And the moment passes. He lays still once again. Vajra Safar comes over and spits on his corpse. And then walks over and begins to have a conversation with Oranax. Everyone else, what are you doing?
First, Kaz waves to Davil and his party, says, "Hey guys, thanks for turning out. It's good to see you. We appreciate the help." And then he also wants to go talk to Oranax.
Okay.
I'm gonna run over to Rainier and make sure he's okay.
Yeah, so Rainier is, he's taking a few hits, but he's mostly okay. He says,
Mel.
that got
Mel,
intense there.
Mel didn't. Oh, excuse me.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mel.
No, are you? I want you all to. I'm sorry. I thought they were done.
Yeah, Rainier says, oh, that got intense there for a moment.
Yeah, you really held your own though. You kick serious ass.
He's sort of like you can see him like moving his shoulder, and he like grunts a little bit. He's like, oh, I was spent a lot of time on the training field as a boy. Father wouldn't have had it any other way, but I suppose the skills have stood me in good stead. As many years later.
Well, I don't know much about tending your wounds, but you can certainly try. You know, when we get out of here.
He says, right, fair enough. Okay, Mel, what were you saying?
I'd be happy to help him out.
Again.
Mel, what were you saying?
Okay, Mel didn't go anywhere near the whole let's beat the shit out of the dead Manchun body. Mel had cast spider climb on herself, so she just continued up the bridge and over the bridge and walked over to kind of what was left of Bill.
Yeah, what's left of Bill is legs burned on the front, a ruined torso with no arms. But it's painful to look at and see, but in the end, Bill was smiling.
She just kind of gathers him up a little bit, straightens him out, pulls a pants leg out, tries to straighten him up, and just sits with him.
He spent so long full of so much rage, but smiling is the only expression he'll ever make again. Okay, what about the rest of you?
I'm gonna be thanking Yargra, and as soon as I'm done thanking her, I come over to Cass. I put my hand on his shoulder and say, "It's done."
Yeah, finally. Now let's just see if we get paid.
I can finally pay off some debts.
Cass looks over at the black staff first and says, "You're the senior person here, I guess. Go ahead."
Yeah, so Vajra Safar and Oranax have a brief conversation where she explains what's going on. Oranax does not recognize Vajra, but he does recognize the black staff as a symbol of the authority of this city. And after their brief conversation, Vajra Safar comes back over to you and says, I've spoken with Oranax, and for your acts of heroism and selfless service to the city, you will each be granted a small portion of the wealth that is here, the remainder of which will be returned to the people of Waterdeep, as it should have been long ago. You will each be granted a boon of 15,000 gold pieces from the coffers.
I'm able to pay off.
Hey, real quick, actually, do you think just because of all this, you could maybe net a favor with like a high-level divination wizard?
She says, we certainly have those in Force Grey who are willing to scry, and you've done us a service, I suppose, so.
Cool, then give my share to everybody else. I've got enough to get by.
Very well. And that is going to draw this to a close. And so I think what I'd like to do next, I know we're going kind of long here, folks, but I would like to sort of take our way into kind of the winding down of this campaign. And so over the days and weeks that follow, you are each granted a guild of 15,000 gold pieces, which is a king's ransom of treasure. And because there's about 500,000 in this vault, and and the rest of it will be dispensed to the people of Waterdeep. The vault itself, I mean, the ceiling was caved in. It's no longer a secret, and all of you attain some measure of notoriety for being involved in those events, as did everyone who aided you. Davil takes his place as the single and only individual in charge of the Zentarum in Waterdeep. And his grip on that organized crime ring is certainly less damaging than Manchun's would have been, although it is not an unalloyed good that Davil has been raised to such a degree of prominence. And the Black Staff, of course, receives a fair bit of praise for her involvement. And Oranax, once the treasure is dispersed, he leaves the city with his dragon staff, and where he goes, no one is quite sure. Penitence and her friends helped stop a group of reinforcements of Zentarum who were headed to, engage in the battle, and the majority of Force Grey took to Kolot Towers to, and managed to keep the bulk of the reinforcements occupied as they cleared out the tower. As for the rest of you, I'm going to start with Beatrice. What does Beatrice do following the events of this adventure?
Beatrice would like to start an honest to God cafe. And if everybody would allow it, like if we get the bar finished, that cafe turned into Raging Bills.
So you want to set up shop in Trollskull Manor?
Yeah.
Okay.
And on the menu, I'd like to have something called Crunchy Sticks.
Nice. How do things go with Rainier?
We still see each other, I would think. Probably a frequent flyer over where I work, and then I go see him every now and then. And just
So Beatrice.
Courtship ensues.
a courtship.
Beatrice and Rainier pursue their relationship, and so maybe let's start talking about as a group the dispensation of Trollskull Manor, because I understand that not everyone is necessarily staying here, and we've had several people talk to me about different possible ideas. What are you guys thinking in terms of what happens to Trollskull Manor? So Beatrice would like to open a cafe. And also, is Trollskull Manor turning into Raging Bills, or is the cafe Raging Bills? What's your proposal there?
Well, the downstairs level that has the bar and everything is the cafe, and then the people who work there would live in the upper levels, I would think.
Okay.
I would kind of I'd like everybody to live together and work here if you want to. I know you guys probably want to go other places, but like a family.
Okay. What about anybody else? What are the other thoughts?
Okay, Mel is going to propose a deal where he gets the folks together and says he wants to put everybody's name in, all of us, the five of us, on the ownership of the Raging Bull, so that we would all have a home to come back to there if we want to, even if we don't stay. She's going to approach Beatrice and ask her would she consider being the manager, and did she think that the honeymakers would come and work and maybe live there too, still leaving some room for all of us to have a place to bed down when we come. So that's Mel's proposal.
We could have Bepison as my friend.
And little Georg could go to school and have a life. So that's Mel's proposal about Troll Skull Manor.
Okay.
We all own it.
Does anyone else have anything to add to the Troll Skull Manor wrap up?
Master bedrooms is still mine. And the library. No one's allowed in there. But yeah. I mean, I'm down. I'm down to have my name on there to come back to have at least a home, in case I ever get lost out there.
Okay. So that handles kind of Beatrice and what we do with Troll Skull Manor. Arlo. What does Arlo do after the events of Waterdeep Dragon Heist?
Arlo wants to go back home. Not to where I used to live before, where, back in the dark society. I mean, back to the sea.
Yeah.
So Arlo goes and sends a kind of like a message in a bottle, contacting two people to come and get him. And I kind of wanted to show everyone like the dark high elf baby.
Yeah, so Arlo, you travel down to the docks one day. You've been contacted and informed that this is the day, and you make your way to this two ships that have pulled into a dock beside one another. Swinging down from the first ship, describe Captain Sir Knuckles to me.
Captain Sir Knuckles is a half elf. I made him when I was younger. First time I ever played D&D. He was the first player. Yeah, he's the first person I ever made. But yes, half elf. He's about 26, 27 years old, I would say, but probably he's turning 27, I guess, at this year. About 5'5". Always wearing the captain's hat, and there's one thing that he never says, but everyone knows, is that he's afraid of water. He's afraid of water, and he's sailing the seven sea or the sea.
Fascinating. And so he swings down, and there's a warm greeting between Captain Sir Knuckle and Arlo, and then coming down from the other ship on a gangplank, much less boisterously in terms of the swinging and flipping and jumping, is a woman. If you would please describe Arlo's wife to us.
She is a high elf. I should say her complexion is kind of like peach, a little bit towards white, peach white, I think I should say.
Okay.
She is wearing also a captain's hat, a really dark black coat over, and is the party with me, or is just me by myself?
I think this meeting is just you guys.
Oh, okay. And yes, I wanted to say that she has weapons on her, which are boomsticks.
Okay. Yeah. So, and what is her name again? Adeline, I think, or something is what I wrote down. Does that sound right?
Oh,
come on! You have to know your wife's name.
Yeah, I know. I'll say Adeline.
I think I wrote it down when I
have it somewhere here.
Yeah, it's Adeline. Okay.
Adeline? Yeah,
That's
it's
what you said.
Okay.
Okay. And she is carrying a wrapped bundle in her arms, which she reveals to Arlo to be their son. The child is half dark elf and half high elf. And Arlo, as the child sort of like sleepily yawns and looks at you, he opens his eyes, and they are golden fox eyes. And that is where we are going to leave Arlo and his wrap up.
Wait,
Mel. Well, actually, let's do Cass and Mel. You guys may have something of an interaction. So,
what did you say, Beatrice?
she was Prangan.
Yeah, she was pregnant.
Yeah. Cass and Mel. What? So talk me through that. What happens with you guys?
Yeah, Cass would like to get everyone together at Troll Skull. Probably just like as the renovations are finishing up, everything's kind of cooled down, and he wants to get everyone together at the bar.
I think tomorrow is opening day, and the renovations are finished, and there's sort of one last calm. No, it's not like a crazy party, but like one last get together and hurrah before if anyone splits off their separate ways or whatever happens. And so yeah, you guys are all there in the newly renovated tap room of Troll Skull.
Yes, my gambling den.
Yeah, I feel like everyone is kind of partying, and then Cass like brings up like a champagne glass and does like the wedding, like the toast. He's like, except it's just a wine bottle and like a fork. He's like, all right, everyone. I wanted to talk to everyone while we were all still together. I know Arlo's heading out soon, and there's a caravan that's coming into town. They're going to be losing some people, and I did some work with the Black Staff and some of Forest Gray's wizards, and I think I've got a pretty solid lead on where my family is, my people, wherever they went. And I know we aren't always getting along, and he looks over at Red specifically. But you guys have been the best friends I think I've ever had, or I ever will have. And I just want to say thanks for everything. I'm heading out in the morning. So, and he looks over at Mel and he says, "It's been great being your big brother, buddy."
You're gonna leave?
It's where I came from. It might be where you came from. It's our people, Mel.
I can go too.
You can come with me. There's another seat on the caravan for you.
I want to go too. Let's do it. Let's go like find some more people like us that can do the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But hey, we can come back here if we need to. It'll all be here. And Mel just kind of looks around at everybody and says, that's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to go with him for just a while, but I'll probably come back.
Yeah. I was going to ask, was this after, was this after or before?
This would be probably after, because I think maybe like your people show up, a day or two before this, and you all stay in the city for a short time, and then if you head out, then you may also be leaving tomorrow. So yeah, I think if you want everyone to be there, they're there.
So Arlo is gonna put on the captain's hat, and he's gonna look at Cass, and he's gonna say, "Arr, matey, you know what? If you ever need help, you can always call on me. I always hated my voice."
You've been faking it this whole time.
Well,
I thought I
I
said
live
no
in the
more.
seas. No one ever asked me any questions.
I thought I said no more secrets.
There is no secrets.
All right.
Mel looks over at Gray, who's just kind of sitting there. Hey, Gray, will you look out for everybody here and rid the place of any rats?
This is probably a good moment to jump into Gray's fallout here. So I hate to redact anybody else's like plan here, but Gray like sits quietly on that ledge and in that lair with the dragon, and then just slips away into darkness. He follows up with the black staff sometime later to collect his 15,000 gold. He does his best to track down voices for the two Nimblewrights. And he continues to follow up on the lead with the cultists in an effort to restore the bard's voice. He does not appear at any of those final meetings with the party, unfortunately. He does follow up with the real Ozymandias Buckshank under disguise. He like wines and dines and schmoozes the guy for an easy evening, robs him blind, and though it's a pittance against Cass's 15,000 gold, he still like takes that guy for everything he can get a hold of and leaves a sack of whatever money he can get for Cass as he's going to leave with his caravan. He spends the rest of the foreseeable future doing Gray Fox shit in the city, just trying to foil, crimes against the innocent that he can see. He will occasionally slip into Beatrice's cafe to do like odd jobs or to have a little lunch, but always under disguise. But he just kind of like fades into the background of the city. And as sad as it might be, you guys do not hear from him again after that fight in the Dragon Horde.
And then, guys, tell me about Bill's funeral.
I don't know that Beatrice would go as far as to actually stick the crunchy sticks in his eye sockets, because that would, like...
That does seem like poor form.
Despite when that's what he wished. I do leave them for him, and I can't think of anything to say because I've never been good with words.
Yeah.
Other
So
than
maybe
I'll-
you just tuck them into the pocket of the shirt that he has had put on him.
Mhm.
Well, using some of her $15,000 or his gold, whatever, Mel goes out and buys the prettiest, fanciest, laciest white shirt that she can find that just have ruffles and ruffles down the front, the sharpest looking nappy silk pants, kind of a scarf like Afghani like thing, and she dresses what's left of that poor pitiful zombie body in all of that finery, and he does it as Lily. He does it as Mel the woman, and tends to the body and gets it ready for burial. He, at the last minute, pulls out some of his ball bearings and looks at him. He picks up the one with the bite marks. He says, "I can't part with this one, Bill, but you take these." And he puts a few of them in a different pocket than the crunchy sticks.
Has, for one, gave away most of his $15,000 treasure. He gave it to the masses. He just needed enough for the wizard and the transportation.
But he did keep enough of it to commission a beautifully carved maul, a great hammer with beautiful carvings along the side and indented work and all that. And he puts it in the casket with Bill, and he says, "At least you're at peace now, buddy." And he takes the journal and he sets it on Bill's chest as well. And then he goes and he plays a somber melody on the flute for the remainder of the funeral.
Arlo would take the account. You had the journal, right?
I had the journal. You had the account.
I had the account book. So as the account, I put the account book like right next to the journal, and I look at them and I go, "I'll always try to be good for it, always." And I go and I grab a piece of gold coin and I bite it down and I put it right in his hand. As
He doesn't have any hands left. I hate to break the somber moment.
Okay, all right. I put it right next to his head, I should say. Right where the pillow's at. And on the coin, it says, "Bill will live forever in our hearts." And I also pitched in to buy like a beautiful like sculpt grave, like a tombstone to put how should they say, where it's kind of like a statue of him holding like the I should say the hammer with red eyes, saying that he's always going to be enraged.
Gray watches the funeral from a distance. He doesn't really let anyone know that he's there. As everyone is kind of drifting away and as they're going to inter Bill, he quickly disguises himself as an undertaker, and he roams up on the guys who are responsible for putting Bill in the ground. And he says, "You guys have had a long day. I got this one." And he kind of sends them away. And he takes the gray fox cowl, drops it into the casket, closes the casket, and finishes burying Bill.
So, and this happens a few days before that final meeting at Troll Skull Manor, what will become the Raging Bill. And as Gray pays his final respects and walks away from the grave, there is, perched on a mausoleum nearby, are two birds. There is a raven and a dove sitting next to one another. And the dove has a white lily in its mouth, and it swoops down over Bill's grave and drops the lily on the headstone. And the two birds sort of fly up into the sky. The day of Bill's funeral is a sad day for everyone. A lot of memories. That crazy bastard. And the days that follow, there's sadness as well. But as always, over time, the sadness fades. Fond memories remain. Every so often, everyone who was at the funeral handles the memories again, occasionally surprising by how sharp they can cut, even though the edges seem to wear down over time. Cass and Mel head off to find the changelings. Arlo and his crew and wife and friends set out to sea on their next adventure. Beatrice throws herself into the Raging Bill, and her and the Honeymakers make a fine and boisterous business, various honey-themed drinks and confections. It's kind of a cafe during the day and a tavern at night. And maybe the others will stop back by someday. But for now, their absence and their memories are felt in the walls of the place. And endings are hard. Beginnings are easy. There's an endless web of possibilities. There will always be struggles and pain, but it's a bright future ahead. But real stories, not like the ones in books, they just sort of dribble out. Things happen, other things happen. The principal actors come and leave from the stage, and before long, you don't recognize anyone. And so, endings are hard. They're arbitrary. Finding a place to put a pin in a story is an entirely human conceit. To say this is where it stops, because nothing ever stops, and so those lives carry on out, and where they go from here, we're not sure. But we are lucky that we got to see the parts of them that we saw. We got to see a young boy find a family. We got to see a family reunited that was rent asunder, even though the price was almost too high to pay. We got to see someone who didn't know who they were or where they were going find a lifeline. Someone like him. Someone to look out for. Someone to make him want to put the bottle down. We got to see someone find their friends. Meet people. And learn that companionship and comrades are not just found at sea. Not just on the open waves, that even here in the city, in the muck, in the gambling dens and the crimes, sometimes the best parts of humanity shine through anyway. And we got to see a man. We had to see a man break. We had to see a man where he is when we're ending this story is being eaten up by what couldn't be accomplished. To try to make it right going forward, maybe for the right reasons, we hope. But the last page of the book is simply the one where we stop telling the story. But the story doesn't stop telling itself. All right, folks. And that is the ending of Waterdeep Dragon Heist. Sorry for the extra long episode today. But yeah, that is where we are going to put a pin on this little tale. So I just want to say to everyone who stuck it out with us from the very beginning, thank you. This has been honestly a truly delightful experience. I have been very pleased to be able to tell this story with these people, old friends and family and new friends alike. I want to say to all the cast, thank you guys very much. You've all done an incredible job. I think you've really thrown your heart and souls into this, and it has easily been not only some of the best D&D and role-playing that I've personally been a part of, but some of the best that I've seen. I think we did something really special here, and I'm very glad to have shared it with all of you. At this point, I don't know that anyone... If you're seeing this, you know who we all are and what we do. And so I don't know that we need to go around and reintroduce ourselves, but I do just want to say to everybody, thank you so much for being with us through this. You have not seen the last of Ages of Ainur. We will be coming back in the future with other streams and other things. But this first one has been really special, and I just want to say thank you to everyone for being a part of it. Does anyone else have any other final words they would like to leave our audience with, or are we okay for signing off? Okay. All right, guys. Well, we are signing off. Thank you so much. We have been Ages of Ainur, and this has been Waterdeep Dragon Heist.
Yeah!
See you later, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Oh, man.
No.
Let me tell a tale of a world where heroes walk among us, fighting through the darkness, left by monsters and by selfish men. A tale of glory rents asunder, sacrifice and battles lost. Our heroes know not what awaits them, and still they carry on. Let me sing a song of a family forged by trials and woe. On their own they falter, but together they will write their own tale of glory, rent asunder, sacrifice and battles lost. Our heroes know not what awaits them, and still